Jeez. No. But
Hello there.
hello. I
Hello.
guess the stream starts.
Welcome, everyone.
I really wanted to tell Hugh about my idea for a character in another of his games I'm going to be in with someone else. The idea of Tarl Narks the Tau and Grengels the Gretchen.
Kringles the Gretchen.
Grengels. I believe the allegory is laid on thick enough.
Fair.
But
I mean, if you want to, Gretchen are pretty weak and squishy though.
oh, that's someone else. I'm not the Gretchen. I'm the Tau. We'll tell you about it another time. That was the
All right.
what I was gonna tell you about was the meme version of it, the like
then.
extreme meme that we were laughing about after Thursday game the other day.
Fair.
Saturday
But
game.
yeah, welcome back everyone to the Liberation of Saint Cardaius Rest. We haven't come up with a title for this one.
That's
Burning
fine.
a church, maybe.
Yeah.
How about Squat gets drunk for the first time in weeks?
Yeah, but that's
that'll
not
already
really.
happen.
No. I've got it. The after party.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough, that works. But yeah, last session they had poisoned a water pump at the base camp of T5.
Reminding
They
me.
No such
proceeded to
thing.
obliterate half the camp and a warehouse dug into a mesa at T4. If you guys want to go see what happened, go and watch the previous 2 episodes. The last one, I believe, is called Shit Meat Fan.
I was meaning to ask about something from that. When Agrotrum turned up to shoot the artillery charge, did those bullets deflect it a little bit, or was that just like?
Unfortunately, not.
I was wondering.
The DN was pretty high. Shells move quite fast, and unfortunately, you didn't quite get enough.
Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. I thought about it afterwards, and I realized it'd probably be worse if it exploded in the air.
An airburst shell can be pretty devastating to exposed troopers.
Yeah.
But doesn't it specifically have to be like made to be an airburst? Like just a mortar shell exploding in the air
Well,
is not going to be as dangerous as
It's
specifically
the
an
shrapnel of an
airburst.
airburst shell that's the big deal.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah.
metal casing of an armor-piercing or heavy artillery shell is still quite a bit of shrapnel.
Yes, but I was thinking the
And I think-
airburst is more of a shaped charge than it is anything
is.
else. So yeah.
I always thought that
But,
artilleries were
Artillery
shaped-
shells are also shaped just in a different fashion.
Yeah.
I figured that their explosion would be aimed mostly downward, given it's obvious because that's the direction they take. And if
Oh, yeah,
they
the
blew up in the air, the heat would come down and basically fry anyone under it if it happened that way.
A shaped charge for artillery is generally expected to land on or near its target, so the charge is mainly just a large, high explosive charge shaped downwards. An airburst shell has more of a kind of inverted cone shape to its shaping to blow a bunch of metal ball bearings or whatever the fuck they filled it with in a roughly like 100 or so degree arc, 120 maybe, below the shell.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's not a fun time to be on the receiving end, I can imagine. Thankfully, I've never had the experience. I don't intend to go and seek it out.
Big same.
But yeah,
You updated the episode?
updated what?
I'm asking something out of tabs. You updated episode 9?
Yes.
What?
Cool.
But yeah,
Okay.
you guys are at your camp on the southwestern edge of the operating area.
Yesh.
E.
And yeah, you'd been kipping down, getting some rest through the blazing sun. Nualia and Riven had taken some time to go and watch, had a brief chat. I would say after about 6 hours, you will wake up. There is still 11 hours of daylight left as you awaken.
You have left in the mission at this point.
74 hours.
Still plenty of time. Yeah.
That's what we need to do.
Main mission right now is we have to find a super heavy tank.
Oh right, yes, right, the god tank.
Yeah, we have to find the Storm Lord.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, Flux is honestly gonna be super out of it when they wake up. Like, for a minute, they just kind of sit, like, they're laying there, just kind of staring at the ceiling before sighing and pushing themselves up and just walking over to the top of the mesa and away from humans.
Nawalia is still up there.
Yeah, same. I think Riven probably passed out at some point, but is still up on the mesa.
There, Flux, you head up onto the smaller mesa where you had built your little log stairway. You can see Nawalia and Riven off to the northeast, standing on a promontory of stone, and you can see Packard's little hidey hole to the south.
Yeah, I think first they're gonna just kind of walk by Packard's hidey hole and kind of lean on the rock next to it. Got anything for me?
Packard shuffles out to the edge of the rock. You can see he's still half in his sleeping bag, but his rifle is cradled beside him. Nothing so far. Been keeping an eye out.
Do you ever sleep?
Beat me to it.
Sometimes.
Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Need you sharp for next mission.
He nods. No worries, I get shut-eye whenever I can.
Hopefully not cradling the rifle. That could be a bad accident.
He frowns at you. Why would I not have my rifle? I'm a sniper.
So wait, do the rest of us know about the god tank? I'm just gonna keep calling it that until we deal with it.
Oh yeah, we were. That
we
was.
heard that.
Yeah, that was given to us on an actual broadcast, just over the the radio.
Right. Okay.
I remember the whole thing was Trump's whole response is like, "Oh yeah, I love being on radio," and he's like, "Oh, spooky tank." Nice.
Yeah, Flux will just kind of give Packard a bit of a nod and make their way over to Nawalia, trying to keep quiet so that they don't wake up Ruin.
Nawalia will give a nod as you approach.
So I don't remember most of last night, but I seem to recall something about a tank.
Riven wakes with a start. What the fuck? Oh. Okay.
So, the...
Wait, are we still on the fucking mesa?
Yes, you slept up here. I decided that you probably needed the sleep.
Yeah, thanks.
Yes, you're welcome. Yes, our orders, the ones that we received was specifically to find the super heavy tank that the armor that the transport was carrying. The armor that went to. It is probably not finished construction, but is probably close to being finished.
Think it's alive yet?
I doubt it is capable of much movement, but I expect that the guns were the first thing they got working.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean, alive. Like,
Oh, is
And
its
then she
machine
kind of-
spirit in there? Mm-mm.
And she kind of gestures at the Taurox, like,
I expect that the machine spirit is already in, yes. Because we were ordered to locate it. That is all. I assume
all right.
locate and report, but if I have any advice for taking on a super heavy tank, it is don't.
Somewhere, somehow, Agiltrum stirs.
That's
And dreams a mighty dream.
Fucking warp touch dwarf.
It's called a chaos dwarf, and we don't like those guys around here. Those fuckers
Well,
turn into rocks.
we need to battle plan.
yeah. Given the new directive, I still would like to cause more chaos within our area of operation.
Oh, we have more than enough time to do so. We still have 3 Terran days to do so. We have the rest of this day cycle, a night cycle, and a day cycle to continue our mission.
Yes. I think I'd very much like to split the group up similarly to our last mission.
Okay.
Could be good, though admittedly it also may not be entirely necessary. The area that that HQ marked out was the area of high activity that you saw in the briefing. Considering that area is the one most affected by the cyanide, I expect the patrols are significantly weakened at this point.
Yes, my concern is that Riven and I very much wanted to spend some time at T2, which is outside of that area of operation entirely.
Yes.
That's the one with the tenements, right?
That's the one.
That's-
yeah.
That's the
Yeah, that's the
city.
one with the
That's the city
big-ass
with the
city.
big. Yeah, the city with the big church that Flux really wants to burn down.
Right, and I'd been thinking about this, and I was considering seeing if we could start a peasant uprising.
At best, what we will be doing there is burning down the manufactorum.
Oh, all right.
We're not psyops
I
here.
th-
Dab.
I think that that is something that we can still do. I think we will have more than enough time to do so, as well as find the Stormlord tank that the enemy are building. Personally, if I may volunteer this bit of advice, I think that it would be best for all of us to be together on that search, because even with the poisoning going on throughout the region, they are still going to very, very carefully guard the location of that tank, and we may need everyone to confirm its location.
I mean, I'm fine with that.
There is still more than enough time for us to visit T2, as well as we could go from T2 all the way. We could go to T2, do what we're going to do there, go all the way to T1 and blow up more things, and still have time left over in our mission. I think that we have more than enough time that for this particular objective, I think we should stick together.
Should we at this point move the convoy? Like, find a new base of operations?
I definitely think there's utility to moving our general location that we've been returning back to.
If we move ourselves a little bit closer to our attack points, then, That should put us also theoretically closer back to base, right? I forgot the general direction we're heading in.
Wasn't our exfiltration to the north?
All right, so why don't we start
My
heading north?
primary concern is not so much being close to where we need to go, but being. I want us to have somewhere safe to get back to. And returning back to the same location over and over again is not going to be the way to do that.
Agreed.
So definitely moving our location is going to be a necessity, especially the longer we go, since having stopped that scout crew.
Mm-hmm.
They'll know the general area that they were heading and what they were doing.
Okay. So yeah, so we pack up camp.
Instead, we have the utility of 2 extra vehicles now, so we will be able to become a more mobile setup.
Mm-hmm.
We also will be able to actually make a pseudo convoy. It'll give us some cover from a distance, at least with the enemy.
Hmm. Here's something I never thought I'd say. Do we have enough drivers?
I know how to drive.
I think if
Do
Lacer
you?
if Lacer drives the tank and Riven drives the Taurox and Flux drives the Jeep, then yes.
All right. Also, out of character, does Aquatrom secretly have a piloting skill we just don't know about?
Good
Taller.
question. I think he technically has some. Other than what he gets from the company, no.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right.
And I'm not undoing my purchases to get that.
No, that's fair. Like we've got it. Like I've got it. Lisa has it. Flux also has it.
I put 1 point in piloting.
I certainly haven't. So I'm just napping on all this. Like, I'm
Hugh,
pretty sure people could hear it.
what is Lisa's piloting skill?
Yeah,
Latest piloting skill is 5.
Oh shit, I'm actually better at it than she is.
yeah, we're up on like the far end of the mesa.
I have a quick question. What's the highest melee weapon skill among you all?
Not mine. Probably Nualia, at a guess.
My melee weapon skill is 2.
All right.
Really?
My melee and ballistics weapon skill are 2.
Is that because of the suit, or?
No, that is naturally the points that I put into it. Now that doesn't mean that that's
I
actually
have
what I
6
roll.
dice in ballistics and 5 in melee.
Sorry,
when I roll.
I have 3 ranks in the skill, 7 total dice.
Oh, there you go.
And then 1 rank in weapon skill, for 5 total dice.
Oh, okay.
I have
Okay.
I have 5 ranks in weapon skill and 9 dice.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm better at ranged combat. My character is not actually meant to be a fighter. She's meant to be a tank and a healer.
Understandable.
Mine is not meant to be close to anybody. They're meant to scurry in and rig stuff up and then scream and run and blow things up from afar.
I'm very glad that I have a proclivity to build for melee, because y'all nerds need it.
Listen, I can not melee at all.
I can
See,
I can melee, I just don't. It's boring.
If it helps, you're gonna rip someone's head off, like literally, without
I don't know.
meleeing.
I love
You
melee.
know what would be really fun? If we did end up getting a psyker, they could just yeet aggro trauma at people.
Telekinesis.
So
That's a
I'm
thing.
waiting for
Yeah,
it.
I know.
I'm fucking waiting for it. Aggro launcher, baby. Trademark that shit.
It's our own
Section
fastball
psychers are
special.
definitely a thing in the Astra Militarum.
I really kind of after this mission wanna see if when recruiting we could maybe get a psyker.
We had a psyker. He exploded.
You can request a sanctioned battle psyker. Whether you'll get it is another matter.
I would also really like another psyker.
If
Psychers are
Agrotrum
cool.
could actually die, I'd play it, but Agrotrum will not die.
It is incapable of dying or death.
I cannot will it into being.
There
Sure.
is literally a contract that the Emperor signed that he gave to Death, and when Death read it, it said, this person, you don't take their soul. Put them back and leave them alone. They're not allowed in heaven. They're not allowed in the afterlife.
They don't get an afterlife. They just get to be here and suffer.
I think it's just because all the demon gods that would try to get at his soul would just get really annoyed with him. Except I guess maybe Slanesh would be like, dab! But even then, it's kind of like...
Alright, what are you guys
Anyway.
doing?
Sleeping.
Right. So we should probably head back down and get everybody together and like start moving shit out.
Yes, with that, I'd like to get an idea of where we'd want to go first. Hugh, we'll have to be returning down to the southeast area, passing T3 and passing Campisium and heading more in that direction to get where we need to go when we're done with the mission, correct?
Not exactly. You can exfiltrate wherever you feel like. That's just the option that the strategist laid out.
We could call it
Oh,
an
we're
exfil
getting
right
picked up
here.
by Foehammer, aren't we?
Yes.
Maybe. Depends.
Ah.
Dropping you from a height is one thing. Coming down to land, that's a different kettle of fish.
I mean, we've kind of fucked up their anti-air zone. At least
So,
somewhere.
on top of all of this, there is very much the question of the tank. It took heavy damage, from what I can tell, from shenanigans.
Indeed.
Were you able to get anything that we could use to repair it?
Yes.
Indeed, you did.
Yes.
Lisa had strapped a bunch of plates and snagged a few combi tools. And
Okay.
strapped them to the back of the tank.
Yes.
All right. So I need to fix this thing first, then.
Yes, before we melted down the cargo truck, I told Lisa to take her pick of everything she needed there to repair the tank.
Excellent. Then our first order of business should be moving our base of operations
Agreed?
and finding some place to set up again. Honestly, given where we want to go and what we want to do, taking a longer loop around and cutting between T1 and Palladus and positioning ourselves to the north of the area of operation would give us an entirely different location to start from and make it much harder to find us, given that we've been given it such a drastic change.
Let's do it.
Quick question, Hugh. This is mountainous terrain, yeah?
It is rocky and hilly with spars of rock jutting up from the ground, yes.
Okay. But still possible for the Taurox to go through there.
Yeah, I want us to come
The
up on
Taurox
the
is designed for off-roading. You might find a few dead ends and have to turn back and find another route around, but
Okay.
it would slow you
about
down a
the
lot,
tank?
but you could travel through it.
What about what, Alex?
What about the tank?
The tank is slightly better at all terrain, but it's pretty slow as it stands.
Right. And I assume the Jeep will be fine. It's a fucking Jeep.
I mean, you might tip it over if you go up too steep an incline and don't keep it directly straight on. It's very lightweight, but aside from that, yeah, it can probably manage.
So, from what we know about the area of operation, would we be able to kind of make our way in this general direction?
I would say, yeah.
And like with the terrain, would that be doable both stealthily and quickly, or would we have to go? Well, I mean, I say quickly. Stealthy and unseen are our biggest concerns. Or would we have to go
Well,
around?
we want speed. We don't want to spend 12 hours going to this new base of operations.
I would rather take longer and have
Wait, hold on.
better
What if-
outcomes than be seen and not even be able to confirm where this tank is.
Well, instead of being seen, why don't we? I mean, you have spare explosives, yeah?
Yes.
So why don't we set off an explosion somewhere else? Let's let one or two people break off, go set, light something up, and then we'll meet them. They'll come back and meet us at the, new camp.
Such
way
as
we can
T2?
Yeah.
T2 would be reinforced by Campisium.
Oh, I was thinking about
but
just in the middle of nowhere. Just go blow something up.
lure a patrol that way, and then
Mm-hmm.
while they're distracted, slip by.
Arguably, with T4 pretty much dead, we'd be able to get by it with little issues. We can cut
Yes.
through between T1 and T5 because that's the biggest area of difference, and make our way north.
It even might be easier to cut through there, since, as noted before, the poisoning likely has done a bit.
Oh yes,
to
T5
the,
is where we did the poisoning.
Indeed, due to the poisoning, some of the patrols are likely to be weakened.
In that case, we won't even need a distraction. Just hug closer to T5 than T1.
Okay, let's do it.
Sounds good. Yeah, down the mountain we go to tell the people what's going on.
Down the mountain we go to Candy Mountain.
Oh God.
An ancient piece of media.
Yeah, no.
I
Let's
hate that animation.
just let it die, please.
I don't know
We're on the
what you're
path.
talking
I
about.
will show
Oh,
you
no.
later. I will
Unicorn.
show you later.
Oh no.
You
That's
you
not
will
a good response.
you will hate it. You will hate it.
I think he does.
Yeah, I despise that animation.
Oh no,
Uh,
I'm talking about Alex. I think Alex will hate it.
Boy.
I don't mind those pronouns. But yeah. Time to go wake some bitches up.
All right, let me
Yeah.
get pots and pans, just bang them against each other.
Honestly, yeah.
Oh, all
That
right.
is the kind of person Flux is. They're
Oh,
just gonna
yeah.
walk.
You ain't get no sleep because of me.
Yeah, they're gonna walk down and just kind of find something to bang on the side of either the Jeep or the Torox with to wake people up.
just create like a really loud screech from the Vox.
Oh,
I would notate from wherever Agiltron is sleeping, you are experiencing the horror that is.
I mean,
Just a random scream thrown in there for good measure.
yeah, don't love that for sure.
And this is why I chose to take watch while Agril was asleep.
It's a good call. I'm glad I followed you. That was a smart move.
Yeah, what can I find that's gonna make the biggest amount of noise that I can walk through banging?
Nope.
What if-
I
I've
mean,
got it.
you're-
I've got it. I have it. Avery?
Avery?
Who is
Are
Avery?
you talking- Avery is
Riven.
me. There you go. Good job.
Sorry, that was one of my sisters. I apologize. Having
You're
flashbacks.
having a warp moment, I see. All right.
Riven,
Yes.
please
Oh.
tell the Torox to make noise.
Good point. Yeah, all right.
Not so much that people scouting could hear us from a distance.
You know. All right. Okay, I'll try my best. All right, so I'm gonna hop onto the Torox and.
Why do I feel like this is gonna be the equivalent of when you get in the car and you forgot that you had the volume turned all the way up in the morning? It just blares.
Yes, but also, it's like Riven's done this before. She's not particularly concerned about what happens here.
All right.
Yeah,
Go ahead and give me a tech roll.
I tried. I don't know if it didn't go through. Let me try again real quick.
It might just be lagging.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's me or the server.
If it's not going, turn the API off and on. Because that happened to me the other day.
What API?
Yeah, I'm going to reset
In
it.
the top left of your character sheet, should be use inline dice versus API. Turn it on and off again.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with Roll20, but it's been crapping out
alright.
on me recently. Like, even just trying to pop out my character sheet, the first time I usually have to
Hey, there we
reload
go.
the page a couple times to get my character sheets to show now.
That's a 7, and I'm communing with a machine spirit, so it doesn't matter because I haven't wrathed yet.
Well, you can stack Wrath. It
Oh.
just resets 2 at the end of the session.
Okay, then I will steal an extra wrath.
That reminds me.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Touch like data, so
Taurox flashes its lights, and the horn blares a couple of times. The Vox crackles out a burst of static.
Is this more controlled than the last time I did this? Because it seems like it.
I would say, yeah.
Oh, cool. All right.
You're getting better at screeching in binary.
Oh, I didn't have to. Well, I guess I probably did have to screech.
All right, it's time to get the Rust Stalker upgrades so you can go.
Oh, what?
It's a meme.
Oh, okay.
That's technically that's an Averser meme, but sometimes the
I'll roll with
Sicarians make funny noises.
Mm.
Well, they have a neural disruptor fitted into their skulls, which causes like static in people's brains nearby.
Yeah,
Shit.
I forget.
That sounds very useful, actually.
Oh, it's great. It's too bad the one time I played a Sicarian, I played the one that doesn't get those. But I did get crazy weapons that basically insta-kill people.
Still need to actually figure out what I'm doing with Riven. Because I have not thought about that too much.
So,
But yeah, the
Yeah.
squad is definitely woken up by the loud noise, jumping to their feet. Lame World grabs her shotgun from under her sleeping bag.
I would argue that Agrotrum is like, huh? He like falls back to feet for half a second. Ah! Yeah, it's like something like appear in his mind, and then he just gets up. He secretly takes a swig of whatever's left of the Valhalla blood, and then he gets moving.
I hope you all enjoyed your sleep, because now it's time to pack everything up. We're going on a drive.
All right. A journey. What are we killing now?
Currently, we're moving our base of operations. That means that anything we can't take with us gets destroyed. Leave the minimal amount of evidence that we were ever here.
luckily, especially with the addition of the Jeep and the tank, I think we can carry them all.
Lace glance out at the tank. Should I work on patching that up? Might take a little while.
We are going to be moving our base of operations, and when we get there, repairing the tank.
She nods. Right, I get you.
Which Riven and I will need your assistance for when that happens.
Yes.
She gives a salute. Not a problem, Sarge.
You will be driving the tank. Riven will take the Taurox, and I'll be on the Jeep. I want the tank fully manned, and definitely going to need people in the Taurox as well. Anyone that doesn't fit or wishes to keep me company, Jeep.
I call the Taurox turret.
I'll go wherever anyone wants me.
Actually, Agrotron, why don't you hop in the Jeep?
All right.
When was the last time you and Flex got to hang out?
When was the first time you experienced Flux's driving?
Mm.
Listen,
okay.
I get where I need to go.
You do, indeed.
Methodically.
I mean, whatever it is, it's better than my driving. You see, the only thing that anyone knows about my piloting skills is that if I get in a plane, it's going to crash. Although I won't die.
Well, let's avoid that then, shall we?
3 crashes on the record.
Everyone pack up your shit. Get ready to go. We leave in 30.
Copy.
All right. Nualia will just immediately set about packing up every crate she can.
Yeah, Flux is going to help with packing up the crates and stuff, but also take a detour to get rid of the plink stuff that we've got going on for our walking up. Anything that
I
we
mean-
think would purpose would be nice to pack up and bring with us.
Using the 2 extra vehicles, the tank and the jeep, you could probably stack the logs on the trailer if you wanted.
I mean, fuck it, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, half the squad is going to be in the tank, which will free up a lot of room in the Taurox for crates to go. And then,
Sounds good.
yeah, we're pretty good. We've got the jeep to load more stuff on. Yeah.
Noalia, Lanewald,
Yes.
let's get these logs onto the what the fuck is
the
you
trailer.
just said the
Trailer.
word trailer. That's the word. I can words. I know how to speak.
Can you?
Nah, me no words good. Word no goodage do.
That's why do what I do. Play a character who generally speaks a foreign language, so that he can talk weird on purpose.
Yeah, let's get these logs on the trailer. See if we can get the other crates and such packed up on either the Torox or in the tank.
Sounds like a plan. Yep. Noelia will assist with that.
Alright. It takes about an hour and a half of work, but the squad works in good orderly efficiency, packing up everything they can onto the trailer, bundling up the camo netting.
Okay. Speaking of things, I need to know how much ammo of the give me 1 second, I'm pulling it up. Because you used grenades as well during your assault, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't use many, but we used a couple.
For the missile launcher, what's gone?
2 crack, 2 frag.
So we only have 1 frag missile left.
Yup.
Okay. Autocannon shells.
Haven't
Did
used any
you
of
want-
those.
Okay. Agrotron grenades. What'd you use?
2. I used 2 grenades.
Frag or crack?
I only have frag.
Excellent.
He like stops for a minute and he counts in his hands. I think I made the profit on kill to value ratio if you've taken into account the average funeral cost, if there are any.
And I'm going to take one of the 100-gram block of plastic explosives from our stores and put the extra into my bags that I've got back to the two
Alright.
100-gram blocks. So we still have 2 pounds of plastic explosives on top of that.
Nice.
Very good.
I believe we also used one of the remote detonators.
We've not expended any of them. We still have them around.
Well, that's
Out
convenient.
of character, right? The remote detonators is just the thing we
Sort
have
of.
in our hand.
It's a two-part system. Each
Okay.
handset comes with a couple of radio receptor primers that you put into the explosive.
Okay. Then
So we did
in
use
that
2.
case, yeah, we used 2. One for the mines and one for the missile.
Excellent. And
Yeah.
we used 3 of the anti-vehicle landmines.
Yes.
Cool. And as we're picking up, Flux would have gone through this. Guns. What got taken from that? We have Spitfire, Melta, Linewell shotgun, heavy stubber, bolt. All of our last packs have been recharged, but
I think Lanewald used some heavy stubber ammo.
Yep, 2.
Yeah, I think Agril, did you fire your bolter?
Yes,
One
he
time,
fired it
yeah.
2 times, but it was basically close enough so that he only had like 1 reload to spend.
Okay, then that does mean that you used a bolter reload.
Yeah.
Let's see. I did not use any of those. The only thing I fired the entire time was like a single las gunshot. So yeah, my pack has been recharged. Oh, wait, no, we did there was a generator that we repurposed to repower the power sword. Was it what was it attached to, Hugh? Do you remember?
I believe you ripped it out of a chainsword.
That's right. Yeah, the enemy sergeant had a chainsword, and we ripped the generator out of that so I could power the power sword. That's right.
As you guys
Alright,
are
I'm
discussing,
going to move one of the remote detonators and the three kicking charges into my kit.
all right. As you guys are having this discussion about your inventory, Packard sidles by carrying a bundle of camo netting under his arm. He steps over to you, Flux, giving a sketchy half salute. Sorry to bug you, Sarge, but I had a devilish thought.
Oh?
We've got some anti-personnel mines, right?
Yes.
There's a big pool of dried blood out the back of this mesa that someone is eventually going to come and investigate. I say we leave 1 or 2 presents behind for them to find.
I like the way you think, Packard.
He gives you a grin and a wink, which is slightly put off by his lack of nose and the fact that he can only blink one eye as the other one is mechanical. But he gives it his best
Love
shot.
Packard so much.
Packard is the best. Yeah, I definitely like, in that case, before we go to expend some landmines, putting a few into this kind of crevice area, as well as, actually no, just in the crevice area for when people poke around.
Just be careful that the wildlife that still exists on the northern side of this mesa does not set any of it off.
Lanewald gives you a small laugh. No worries about that, sister. They're pressure weighted to a person's mass.
Ah,
Or
very
higher.
well. Then yes, those things are far too small to be able to set them off.
Unless something insanely large from the local wildlife decides to take a poke around, we're generally in the clear.
All right.
I hope the enemies eat well. From what I understand, we might be starving them. Who knows? Maybe they lost weight. Might that set their minds off?
I mean, that's the ones who we haven't killed.
Well, in the real world, minds are set to go off at the weight of an adult human. In 40k, where human rights don't exist, I imagine they're set to go off for anything like heavier than a child.
Sometimes a child.
Yikes.
Yeah, if you happen to be a particularly girthy kid, then bad luck.
That sounds right.
What a time to be alive.
Casual war crimes.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
we committed some pretty severe war crimes, actually.
I've
Pretty
actually,
casually.
following your example, guys, I've actually started introducing a few war crimes into some of the other games I'm in.
Oh, great.
God.
Committed by the
Like
players, I
bags of
assume,
lye
right?
powder thrown in someone's face.
Will.
Acid.
Wait.
On
I thought
face,
you were-
technically, but yeah.
wait. I thought you were doing that like before.
No.
Wait.
You guys definitely inspired it.
Mm.
Like, I had always planned to do it in many games, but I'd never really gotten around to it because I either kept forgetting or the DM made the requirements unreasonable. So, I've only really had the opportunity recently.
I mean, when
I'm-
you don't have any concern for your character's level of morality, or you're in a universe like this where like morality is real fucking relative, war crimes make life a lot easier.
I agree. I just try to play characters that fit the theme of the game, and most of the games I've played have not been an absolute bastard underground anarchist.
Fair enough.
The anarchist's cookbook got nothing on the shit I can do.
I'm just
Things to say on a stream that is sponsored by Amazon.
I'm already on watch list. It's too
Oh
late.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm just sat here thinking about Antor, and I realize that he has probably committed a war crime, but if he actually understood that he did it, he'd be really unhappy.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the
but-
fun thing. It's one thing to commit war crimes casually. It's another thing to reckon with that.
Well, I mean, it's like after the Boston Marathon bombing, terrible fucking
Yep.
event.
Yeah, I remember.
Idiots with egos far too big for their own boots.
Yeah, I remember I
But
was there.
After that happened, there was a mass fucking trend of people googling pressure cooker bombs and shit. So there are so many people on watch lists because they're so fucking broad and Google is freely available to everyone that I honestly don't think most of them mean a great deal in the long
Yeah.
run.
Yeah, let me tell you, not to sidetrack us too far, it was not a fun time to lead a bunch of people home by foot and worrying that every single trash can you passed was set up with an explosive. That was an experience I will probably never forget.
Yeah, I'm sure Londoners can sympathise if there happen to
Oh
be any.
yeah.
like that. But yeah, within a few hours, your crew has mostly packed up all of the gear. They've been stuffing what they can on the trailer and in the back of the Taurox. Since you have removed both the Vox unit and the surveillance array from the Taurox, there's actually quite a lot of space back there if people don't mind standing and holding onto a crash rail.
What I'm hearing is they're trying to avoid Flux's driving at all cost.
Wait, hold on.
The
Yeah,
option
no,
is
I'm not sending you off with the entire our entire servo skull array.
Oh,
You can
That
definitely
is
fit it
a good
back into the
point.
Taurox if you want.
Yeah,
is
I mean,
a good point.
it's like, I mean,
Rude.
didn't I found a way to like compress it, right? I assume it's like a fairly large briefcase at this point.
Well, it breaks down into a couple of 2 foot by 1 foot crates.
Okay.
Riven, are the servo skulls able to make noises?
I mean, yeah, they can do what a skull with a basic, a bit of basic machinery wired to it can do.
Can they
Excellent.
record voices?
I can ask them.
These ones, in fact, can record voices. Along
Oh
with
yeah, that's
video.
right. Yes, they can record video and voice.
Their vocators are a little bit basic. They can only really do computerized beeps.
Can I try and tweak that? Do I have the materials on hand and maybe the knowledge to try and improve that?
You could cannibalize the components necessary from a loudhailer,
Do we have a
which
loudhailer?
I
the
think that's a
Taurox
purchase
has
for
one
a
built
later
in.
date.
Yeah, all right. We don't do this now or anything.
What
What did you want to do?
I want
would-
you to set the servo skulls up so that we have one with each car. That way we can use a system similar to what we did at T4.
Oh, okay. Do you want them in the cars or floating outside?
Floating in the cars with us.
Oh, in,
Though
sure.
if you do want to have one of the extras circling above so that we can get a visual of anything coming up. But and they'll give the just kind of tapping near their mouth and then their ear. Set it up with the symbol with that for if we want one of the skulls to chirp in the cars so that everyone knows to turn on their short range Vox. And that way we can keep radio silent unless something comes up.
Yep. I will go busy myself with setting that up.
Yeah, go ahead and give me another tech roll.
Yo, I figure I'm gonna be rolling lots of tech today.
Kind of want to record my voice and have them
7 and a
like
complication.
little clips to
All right.
scare people with. Can't help
Are you
but
setting
find
up the
it funny.
surveillance unit in the Taurox?
So, yeah, probably. Yes.
All right.
The
I'd say modifying the server skulls isn't too difficult. They're programmed to take orders of that kind of simplicity.
Mhm.
But installing the console is going to take you another hour.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't. That's my priority right now. So, I imagine trying to like put it back together after it was broken down is a pain.
Right. While Riven's doing that, I'm gonna set up anti-personnel landmines. Get the fuck out of the crack.
We're
If
trying
you
to
have left anything in here, consider it lost. And yeah. Time to get out a shovel and have at it.
hell yeah.
All right. How many mines are you using, and where do you want them?
So okay, here's
I will be right back.
so mines are set up based on pressure sensitivity. Do they necessarily have to be? For instance, could I have one or two set up to pressure sensitivity and the others not? Like as a like they would go off in response to the others going off.
Yes, but you would have to use radio detonators to set that up. You set the handset onto a dead man's trigger, you tape the trigger down, you bury it on top of a landmine, the landmine explodes, destroys it. Others
Well,
go
I
off.
have 6 timed detonators, so I could do that. Correct?
Well, that would be timing how long before they show up to investigate. They don't just start ticking at a certain point.
Okay. Then I'm not gonna try and be fancy. Generally, I'd like to have like 2 or 3 leading into this end, and then 1 or 2 leading into that end.
How many mines do you have?
I have 6, so fuck it, we're gonna use all of them.
Maybe only like 2? I don't know. I feel like they could be used for other things later.
True. We'll just put 1 at each entrance then.
Hey,
Alright, whereabouts?
Here generally, and here generally. Actually, closer to here.
Or do you want it further in?
Bottom one's fine. I'm actually debating moving it closer into here even, because that's closer to where we kind of had most of our like that little cave shit that we dug in and all that.
Fair.
But yeah, that's gonna be where we put stuff.
All right. Give me a tech roll, Flux.
I got you.
Nice.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah,
Wow.
you're easily able to set up these 2 landmines without much difficulty at all.
Yep. And when Riven is done setting up what Riven needs to get out, Flux is just gonna have the servo skull that they had Riven assigned to them, and be standing in front of the tank. All right, before we head out, we have one more thing that needs to happen. We stole a fucking tank. We need a picture of it. Riven, I'm assuming you can get the servo skull to do it.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it can record video, it can take pictures.
Awesome.
Yep.
How's the hour passed? Am I back, or am I still working on this?
Passed for what?
Oh, I was spending an hour setting the. Never mind.
No, you're
Probably.
still in the process of setting up the surveillance unit in the
Oh,
Torx.
okay, gotcha. Sure.
Cue Jeopardy music.
Everyone just waits there.
Yeah, if you're willing to wait the extra hour, Ribbon can finish.
Actually, Flux will walk around and just kind of tap on the door. Any chance this is something that can wait till we get to our new location?
I mean, yeah, if you want to not have the server skulls be.
Well, I don't imagine the servo skulls are required for, or rather, I don't imagine the databank is required for the servo skulls to operate independently.
Well, no, but if you want someone who isn't me to be monitoring it.
Oh, I just want them to chirp so people know when to turn their comms on.
Okay. Sure, yeah, I can set up the rest of this when we get to the new place.
Alright. That way we can also have other projects such as setting up new base and fixing the tank ongoing at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Alright. Let's get a picture with our tank.
Just real quick, while this goes on, Agotrum is dispensing cigars.
Alright, yeah, you all assemble in front of the tank.
I'm just leaving myself a note to remember to actually do this. Cool. All right. I'm going to set up a. I'll set up a servo skull to sort of float out in front of the tank, face all of us, and take a picture.
Heck yeah.
Do you want me to roll for this? Does it need a roll?
I don't think so.
Well, I'm asking you.
No, I don't think it needs a roll.
Okay. Cool.
I am back.
Oh, hey, welcome back. We're doing selfies.
Oh, excellent.
Agotrum very promptly chomps a cigar in the photo.
I think there's probably a couple of photos. I think the first one just goes off with like a flash without Riven telling anybody that it's happening. So it catches everybody in very weird positions of not being ready for it.
Just a big shot of Laymord's ass as she climbs up the front of the tank to sit on the track.
Wow, that's unconscious
40K
desires. I didn't
lewd
realize I wanted.
hours.
Huh. Things I didn't realize I needed. All right. But yeah, no. I'll send out a servo skull, have it take some pictures, and then I'll send them off to go sit in various areas and
I
you know,
have
do their thing.
I half expect that the like pose and facial expression that Nawalia has is exactly like the picture that I have for her character, which is just her like standing with her hands clasped before her and not looking super happy about her life.
I could see
I
that.
don't know why I'm here, and I don't know why I'm doing this, but apparently it's mandatory.
Mandatory fun. Mandatory fun.
Yeah, she looks super awkward and uncomfortable and like yeah.
That's Noelle at her absolute best is when she's awkward and uncomfortable in civilian situations. So good.
You'll have to point that out to our artist after they've got the character designs down.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
for sure.
I like to think that Agrotrum constantly looks like $1,000,000.
Yeah.
I could see that.
He at the very least he looks like he feels like $1,000,000.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he bleeds confidence, so
Yeah.
But yeah, once you guys are done taking your photos, Lisa dangles her legs up the side of the tank and turns to you, Flux. So, Sarge, who do you want in the hull gunner seat? It was Feely, but he's got your Vox.
Where's everyone else?
Oh, they're just milling about the tank with you.
No, I mean, where's everyone else
Oh,
position?
Risa and Christoph are in the tank turret. Lisa's driving the tank. Packard, Laneworld, and Feely, you haven't given assignments to yet.
I feel like that one should be you, honestly.
Well, I'm driving.
Oh, sorry, I thought Lanewold was talking to me.
No, Lisa.
Right. This is gonna be fun with similar names.
I could call her Hannigan instead. That is her surname.
I might do that, actually. Just to differentiate. Let's get Lanewold.
Yeah, Hannigan nods. Sure thing, boss. Be a bit cramped for her, though.
True. But I think she'd appreciate the experience either way.
Hannigan grins and nods. Nothing like riding shotgun in a tank.
Yeah, not really my speed.
I think
Though.
Agrotrum will like briefly appear and say, "Is it shotgun or lad's cannon for a tank?"
Depends what tank you're in, I guess.
Good point. He fades back into the darkness that he erupted from. It's actually just a pool of alcohol that appeared out of nowhere.
Oh, wow.
It's just traveling along the surface.
So anytime that someone spills alcohol anywhere in the universe, Agrotrom could appear there.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, but don't
unbeknownst
you
to
know-
you guys, every few hours a bottle of alcohol is parachuted out of the sky into the camp.
Exactly. Didn't you know that Agrotrum had Frud heritage?
God damn it.
Agrotrom cannot truly die as long as there is a single spill of alcohol somewhere in the galaxy.
I mean, various militaries have airdropped alcohol, cat, sheep, wolves,
Dwarves.
probably.
Didn't they like just recently airdrop like a wolf into the Canadian wilderness to deal
Several
with the
wolves.
moose?
Wasn't actually Canada. It was Missouri, not Missouri, Michigan. I don't know. It was one of the M's, and it was in the north.
Montana,
Probably
probably.
Michigan.
Michigan or Montana, one of those.
I think it was Michigan. But either way, there is no natural predator for moose in that area, so they had to go and borrow some wolves from Canada, and then they airdropped them in. There's a fantastic meme that came. Of
Yeah,
it.
I remember that. The wolf just coming in out of the sky on a parachute, and then it pulls out a dagger.
Yeah, it does the fucking "I'm watching you" hand gesture that pulls out a knife.
Yeah.
Real talk, it's nice to have some wolves hanging out there. It's sad to know that a lot of them are gonna get fucked by those mooses.
Yes.
Dude,
Probably.
is it mooses or?
It's moose.
I think the plural of moose is moose.
Yeah,
okay.
it's moose.
I'm not gonna tell you how I almost autoed Demise.
Well, yeah, my mother was always very amused recounting the story of how my sister used to say mices instead of mice.
Just remember, we hate those Mises to pieces.
My mother was terrified of mice, so she found it endearing. But yeah. Everyone clambers into their various assigned vehicles. Packard and Feely kind of loiter a bit, not really sure what to do with themselves.
Well, you've got the Torox or you've got the Jeep. Take a pick, we're leaving.
I'm
Feely,
in the Jeep and I provide smokes to those who ride with me.
Feely, get in the Jeep. Packard, you've got the Torox.
No smokes for Packard.
They glance at you, Flux, for confirmation before responding to Nualia's instructions.
Flux will just give a brief nod and head towards the Jeep.
Yeah. Packard hops into the side of the Taurox, clambers into one of the crash seats in the back, and Feely hops in the passenger seat of the Jeep, stowing his Vox on the seat behind him.
Alright,
Agrodrop,
kids, buckle
there is
up.
still a third seat in the Jeep if you want to go with Flux and Feely.
I think
talking to me?
I think Agro was going in the Jeep.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's what I thought was going on. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the plan.
What do you want, passenger side or back seat?
Aerotron wants the passenger seat because he's distinctly aware of how much of a child he'll look like if he's in the back.
Yeah, seeing you and Flux approach, Feely will clamber into the back seat next to his Vox.
Cool. I'll pass.
Feely is the child.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
And he
he's
feels
the
like it.
child.
Feely is Babby.
Well,
Yup.
he's a child who now has an extra cigar from Agrotrump's pack of wonderful herbal cigars.
He's probably
He'll
too young
accept
to
it
smoke.
with considerable confusion and put it in one of his jacket pockets.
Just sort of like, the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I'm just...
That's
If you
like
don't
the
mind
whole-
sharing, I'll take one.
He passes one over. Of course. Such goods are no good without sharing.
Yeah, Flux will fucking light up and wave at the front group to start ahead.
Alright. With a rumble, the tank's engine roars into life, followed by the higher pitched and faster tone of the Taurox engine. And then the almost tinny, kind of like a shitty little two-stroke moped engine of the Jeep. And yeah, you all pull out away from the mesa, heading north.
Right, we're pulling away from Black Mesa.
Kind of red mesa after what you guys did. But yeah, you are able to head north.
So
good,
Flux is gonna wait a second as y'all pull out and give y'all some room before screeching out and just kind of haphazardly driving alongside the Torox, waving cheerfully at Riven and not really looking at where they're going.
Yep, that sounds right. I think Riven's gonna kind of just wave back without really taking her eyes off the road.
Agrotron stands in his seat to wave over Flux's shoulder as well.
My God.
Yeah, Flux, go ahead and give me a piloting roll.
Riven, was it this terrifying when you were the passenger?
I think I might have blacked out when I drove with them. No, wait, I didn't black out. I remember I had to take over from them halfway through.
Yeah, Flux is
I
just
remember that encounter.
Yeah, Flux is just gonna be smoking and kind of not really looking at the road as they're going. Their driving's a little wobbly, and they're not really. I mean, they're clearly not watching things. They occasionally have to like check themselves before like veering into the Torox or whatever. But they get it a little. They get it in enough time.
Agotron will
Hmm.
tap Flux's shoulder. He'll point to some like rat-looking wildlife and say, "Hey, run that over. It gave me a bad look."
That's 10 points, and Flux will fucking veer to the side to hit it.
You guys are idiots. Uh,
Yeah, with a bit of an unsteady swerve and a shake, you plow straight into it.
Wonderful. If I see another one trying to pull aside it, I want to golf club swing it.
I got you.
Yes. Ah,
All right, Flux, you are just about able to maintain control of this jeep. In about an hour and a half, you begin to approach the main road from Campisium to the highway.
Do we find another animal for Agrotrum to golf club?
I would say most are keeping out of the way of the convoy of loud vehicles.
Yeah.
You probably see a herd of Runha in the distance, stampeding across the more open plains.
We call that dinner.
he looks. I could probably decapitate one at this speed, but I feel like we'd get crushed. He like gently considers like asking you to do it, but he's like, nah. Changes his mind.
Yeah, in a few minutes, the tank rumbles over the wide expanse of road, still heading north, but now turning slightly east. You will follow with no real issue. No sign of any vehicles in the distance currently. Though you can
Definitely
see a
keeping an
couple
eye
of
out.
plumes of dust that might indicate vehicles.
We are
With
definitely hugging closer to T5 than T1.
the
And as we go, sorry.
yes, just say with the magnocular, I would like to try and get a closer look at some of those plumes of smoke, see if I can tell any details. Maybe get a hint on what kind of patrols we might be looking at.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an awareness roll.
3.
Some of them you're not sure. You can just see dust rising. Could be more of the Runha, could be something else. Hard to tell. Some of them appear to be moving along a clearly indicated line that, as you cross the road, seems to match up with it in the east and west. So you suspect there are probably vehicles on the main roads.
Okay. Alright.
As we go, I definitely want to scan and see if there's any locations that look like they might be places that we weren't made aware of when we dropped here that might be worth looking at in terms of trying to locate that tank.
Yeah, give me an awareness roll.
I'm gonna ref that.
Very nice.
Alright. You don't notice much as you cross over the road and head northeast to connect with the smaller road and then branch east around T1. But as you approach the first smaller road, you can see a couple of plumes in the distance, and as you examine them using your telescopic eyes, you can see that there appears to be a lot of activity around T5.
When we were in T5, did we see anything that might have, now that we know there is a tank like this mucking around, have been a clue that we just didn't twig when we were there that might have given us a location, given that we were
Not,
working in the mechanical areas and such?
not necessarily. The garages are surprisingly well stocked, but that could just be due to a distributed supply network.
Okay.
I mean, one about the
There
only
wasn't
thing,
anything that we heard from the other mechanics?
I
No,
think we
not
were
really.
busy causing chaos at that time.
about the only
don't know if we
thing
were
that
necessarily-
that we haven't done in these places is like go into the command buildings and try to take documents. There might be something in one of those, but who knows?
Yeah. Alright.
Alright, you cross over the second road with little issue, about an hour on. And as you begin to approach T5, you can pick out a number of dust plumes. Some quite small, some quite large. They seem to be moving around T5. Some appear to be on patrol, others you're not sure.
Can I make another awareness check
Sure.
to just try and tell additional details with the magnocular?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that where it is at a 3.
Can I assist? Or I'm piloting. I guess I can't really.
You are a little distracted. Do you have augmetic eyes?
I do. Yes.
What kind of augmetic did you get?
They are the same as fluxes. They give me, at least I think they're the same as fluxes. They give me +2 to site-based checks, +2 to range attack dice, can record video images and still images, and they ignore penalties to visual distance.
Okay.
Those are fancy as fuck. I just don't get visual distance.
Oh, I took just the basic augmetic eyes, and they, yeah, I really could have been.
Oh
You-
no,
doing
you have
still
you have to choose one of those bonuses.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay then. Didn't realize that.
Yeah, you have to choose one of those bonuses.
Oh. Okay, then I've been using.
And you can get different bonuses on each eye, which can then count of both, depending.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I've been using it for +2 to range attack dice, so I'm just gonna stick with that. So
Okay.
not in a way that matters then.
Then what I am gonna do, I will call out to Packard, say, Packard, you've got that magnocular scope attached to the rifle. Can you tell anything extra about all of that activity over by the base?
Packard heaves himself up in the back of the Taurox, staggers over to the turret hatch, climbs his way up past you and pops the hatch to have a look.
Yep, I'll make room for him.
Let me grab the sheet for the 999.
I feel like at some point a Grundle joke is made. Just like, get your Grundle out of my face.
Yeah, Packard has a good sight around with this rifle. One of the smaller plumes. Scout jeep by the look of it. Probably a patrol. Larger plume, I don't know. Can't really see anything at this distance, but I'd be guessing a convoy maybe.
Can you tell what general direction they're going?
Lot of north and south movement by the looks of it.
All right. North, you said.
All that gives you a vague direction, I'm afraid.
No, that's quite all right. South, they might be going to the road. North is just great big expanses of plains. You don't mean north along the road, right? You don't mean northwest, just north.
Judging from the maps, some of them are going along the road, but others don't match up.
All right. Well, good work. You may have given us a lead then.
He grins and ducks back down through the hatch. Glad to hear it.
What have I missed?
Packard may have given us a lead. He saw trucks, possibly convoys, going from T5, some of them going north, which just leads out into vast open plains rather than, anywhere useful.
Mm-hmm.
But we're on the wrong car to know about that.
Yes, but
Okay.
don't worry. I fully intend to relay that information. Just not at the moment.
Yeah, as you continue to approach, you draw closer to T5. And some of the smaller dust plumes are starting to get quite close. Everyone who is having a look out, so Agrotrom, actually I think all of you, go ahead and give me an awareness roll.
Hello.
Yeah,
See-
glory!
That swig of Valhallan blood is really doing me good today.
Nice, Riven. Good job.
Alright.
Riven is really on
So-
top of it with Flux, right next to the tar rocks. She's just, eyes are out to make sure Flux does not hit the tar rocks.
Yeah, Agrotrom and Riven. Agrotrom, you're probably getting a good view from the back of the Jeep, the side of the Jeep, not having to do a great deal. And Riven, yeah, you're probably quite tense, keeping an eye on the terrain.
Yeah.
Oh,
But you
I'm
both
terrain now.
notice-
I've transcended to becoming a terrain hazard.
Well,
Dab.
Yeah, you both
eyes on it.
see. You both see one of the smaller plumes of dust growing quite close from the southeast as you begin to turn north around T5.
I'm just,
Seems to be heading straight towards you.
great.
Trump's gonna poke Flux. I think a couple of assholes in a car have seen us. Fellows from the
Fuck.
southeast.
Yeah, Flux will immediately make the gesture towards the servo skull.
Yeah, in the Taurox and in the tank, there is a chime from the floating servo skull. You hear a dozen or so, half a dozen clicks as people connect to the box.
Agro says there's a car coming towards us.
Yeah, I saw it too. What do you want to do?
If it's
Keep on like we're meant to be here.
if
Do that.
necessary, and if it's just a jeep, let me handle it with the fire turret. That will be the quietest weapon we have.
If we can lead them a bit away from being able to be visible, that would work.
Of course.
Do we know that they're not friendly, necessarily?
Assume hostile. We're not supposed to be here. We are far behind enemy lines.
Okay.
The quietest method is actually to just throw me at them.
Yeah, but then we don't get you back. That's a one-time deal.
All right,
That sounds
continue.
like you're very much underestimating me, and I don't like that.
let's continue as we discussed. Back to radio silence until further notice.
Copy.
Got it. And Noalia will be ready in the turret. Just everything that happens, Noalia is just sitting waiting for the signal to burn some motherfuckers.
Waiting for that.
Yeah. You head north for about another half hour, crossing over the second road and starting to head northerly. You're about maybe
Go ahead.
maybe about 40 kilometers out from the road as the Jeep catches up and pulls up alongside your Jeep, Flux. I'm assuming you guys are still wearing your infiltration uniforms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we never changed because we're lazy.
Alright.
I
I
don't
will
know.
say that the rest of the
Okay.
squad did, because their clothing was bloody and had probably had people void their bowels in it.
Fair.
I mean, you could keep the uniforms and try and wash them, but they're not wearing them.
Fair.
On a slightly funny
Yeah,
note,
Flux will just make the sign to the rather, Flux is just gonna kind of wave at Agroltrom and tell him, don't do anything. Get in contact with the crew. Tell them we're gonna stop for a bit and they can continue. And slow down the jeep.
All right.
I imagine that Nualia is waiting for the signal to burn someone, as only a sororitas can wait for that signal.
Oh, I want to say a bad thing about that, but I'm not allowed to on stream.
Do it. Do it.
No,
Do
no, that
it.
crosses the line of what you've said I'm not allowed to do.
Oh, okay. All right. DM it to me then.
Yeah, Agrotrom, I assume you make the gesture at the servo skull.
Yeah, and then he adds, nah. He like clearly starts to do a finger guns, and he's like, oh, wait a minute, this is an actual situation. He pulls his brain out of his ass and does the signal as normal.
Yeah, another chime in the Taurox. And the series of clicks of people connecting to the Vox network.
What's up?
You there, Mason?
Oh, shit, sorry. I got distracted. I was eating some rice.
How dare you?
Fuck up, it's good rice. Rice and cheese. Jeep's pulling up. We're going to stop for a little bit. Maybe kill them? Maybe make them go away? He shrugs. Mm.
Do we keep moving?
Yes.
We should. Oh,
You're good. We can handle this.
okay.
All right, if you're sure.
All right. Keep moving then.
Yeah, Flux is just gonna kind of get out of the jeep and walk away from it as soon as they can, so that Agrotrom can do that without getting noticed.
Yeah, as you pull up and step out, the other Jeep pulls up alongside. You notice a heavy stubber mounted on the roll cage over the passenger seat. There are 3 people in the Jeep, 2 in the front and 1 on the heavy stubber, which swings to face you. Neither of the other men get out of the Jeep, and one shouts from the driver's seat. What the hell are you doing out here? What's your patrol route?
We're not on fucking patrol. We're moving supplies.
Alright, what's your unit number and ID then?
Listen, I'm not supposed to tell you that. We're moving some leftovers from that convoy that got held up.
They glance at each other, and the driver frowns. Well, that ain't my problem. We've had
Yeah,
some
no,
unspeakable sneak in wearing our uniforms twice now, by all accounts. Can't let anything go to chance. Unit number and ID, or I'm going to have to call in the lieutenant.
Flux is just gonna kind of casually walk up and hold out the military ID that they snagged from the dead body.
You should also have the actual like transport orders as well.
Yeah, but they don't fucking remember. They didn't bother to read.
Oh,
So they're just gonna act cocky and lean over
fair.
and show it to him and make them read it.
That's fair.
Alright, yeah, they take the cog tags you snagged, glance over them. The driver hands it to the passenger seat. Radio these in, get them checked.
Listen, I'm not even supposed to be giving that shit to you. We're moving some pretty heavy armor.
Well, again, that's not really my problem. It's either you give us your ID, or we get fucking chewed out for letting through another terrorist. Didn't you hear about the fucking cyanide outbreak? The explosion at the crossroads?
I swear to
You've been living
God.
in a fucking ditch lately.
I swear to God, at one of these, we need to just have somebody yell out, "Remember the Taros fucking Igni, bitch!" Just get a reputation going amongst the rebels.
Listen, man, I'm just trying to do my job.
And so are we.
Flux would like to do a stealth.
Alright then. I would say that's going to be a fairly high DN. You're standing right next to the guy's door. But yeah, I'll give you an opportunity. Go ahead and roll stealth.
I mean, what are you stealthing?
I'm stealthing, rolling a crack grenade into the car before they realize.
Oh, holy shit! Of course. All right.
Oh, okay.
Their true course of action. I hope you know, if you started walking away, I was going to throw a grenade at them.
Oh shit.
Can I steal at least one of the glory?
I'd take both.
Go ahead.
Please.
And then Wrath it.
Yeah, and then wrath it.
Rip.
Wrath it.
Wrath it.
Okay, that's one more. Yeah.
But do you re-roll the glory dice?
They are separately wrathed,
Yeah, I don't know.
if I remember
Okay.
correctly, right, Hugh?
I mean, if
Yeah.
they're added, okay. I figured if they were added to the total.
No,
thing,
because
but they're rolled afterwards.
technically glory has its own
Glory is
button.
rolled separately and is a separate roll in itself.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a separate button for it.
I'm
We've
We've
specifically
mainly been
just
ignoring
trying
that
to
'cause
do
hasn't
it.
mattered much.
I'm specifically trying to do it fast enough that they can't do anything about it.
7's not bad.
Alright. Flux, what does it look like as you toss this grenade in?
Yeah, so they sauntered over with their hand in their pockets, where they have the grenade, and had been leaning over the side, just kind of casually slouching, one hand in their pocket, the other hand holding out the tag, and just kind of leaning over the driver's side window for them to see, kind of a bit in their face. As they do that, they're just gonna, as they're leaning back and kind of having this conversation, they're already switching hands and pulling up the other one, flicking the pin out on the grenade, and tossing it in and ducking.
Alright. Yeah, the driver turns to the passenger seat as the man beside him reaches under his chair and pulls out a telephone handset connected by a long cable under the chair and begins typing in numbers into the handset. As you roll the grenade in and begin to duck, you see the heavy gunner on the back with the stubber. His eyes go wide and the gun swings down towards you, but catches on the pintle mount and can't get low enough. He opens his mouth to shout as you throw yourself away and manages to say, "Grenade!" and then it goes off. It's a blinding flash. A sphere about 2 or so meters across, expands from within the car, incinerating everything it touches as it boils with the power of a fusing sun. The Jeep itself is left in ruins, sagging in the middle. The bottom of the middle of the car and the side doors have been completely melted away. The heavy stubber and the roll bar destroyed along with it. Go ahead and roll damage.
It is 14 damage, 5 ED, and AP -2.
Yeah.
You and the horse you rode in on.
Oh,
Yeah, the 2 guys in the front seat are incinerated instantly, along with most of the dashboard and the steering wheel. The gunner in the back
God.
is caught as the bubble expands up to his waist, burning away his legs and lower body. He drops to the ground, entrails spilling out and giving off a very unpleasantly interesting scent of burning human flesh. As he gasps for a second, staring down at his ruined body before expiring.
With that, Flux is not even watching all of this. They ducked long enough to like not be able to be shot at, and as soon as they heard the thing go off, they're running back to the car.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
No, they just need to get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Legendary dwarves watch from a car and like, whew! Awesome! Get fucked!
And yeah, they're gonna fucking just slide into the car as fast as they can and gun it.
Alright. Yeah, you're easily able to gun the engine. Go ahead and give me a piloting roll.
Nice.
Pretty good.
Very nice. Another
You're
glory.
back up to 2.
No, we're at 1.
Back up to 1. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Alright, yeah. The Jeep screeches away, skidding through the dirt and over the knotted roots of Cardaius blood. And within a few minutes, you've caught up with the rest of the convoy, having to go at the speed of the tank.
I knew I
As,
fucking heard something. I apologize. I keep looking around me like, I can hear some shit going on, and I don't know what that is. And then I just realized, oh, I've got Disco Ball on like 30% volume. That's what it is. There we go. Sorry about that. Continue.
No worries. But yeah, after about 4 hours of driving, you encounter the scout car, and about 20 odd minutes after Flux catching up with the convoy, you begin pulling out into the deeper open plains land, strewn with rocky outcrops and mini mesas. And driving becomes a little more difficult. You're forced to slow down a little bit to help the tank navigate some of the smaller gaps.
Just keeping on watch that whole time.
Yeah, go ahead and give me awareness rolls, everyone.
No problem.
I can't fucking believe I got away with that.
That was
I'm
impressive.
impressed.
I got another glory.
Nice.
And
Aggletrop
7.
once again pulls the maneuver of he's so relaxed while he's smoking and the car is moving that he goes back in his eyes like, ah! God damn it! Not again!
You breathe forward, but the car is moving slightly too fast for that.
Fuck! Ah!
Yeah.
God, I need the requisition goggles now! Ah!
Well, yeah, you've been keeping an eye on the movement of the plumes of dust in the distance. And as you move into this rockier area, and movement becomes a little more constrained than the wide open plains, you can kind of make out a general bearing of what looks like the convergence point for a lot of the activity.
Ah, excellent.
Huh.
Where might that be?
It seems to be over to your northeast.
Wait, like up here?
No, you are currently about here.
I can't see
didn't-
you here.
I'll move you a little.
Move the triangle.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You're about there.
Okay, so it's like up there.
Seems to be, yeah.
Okay. Riven? Packard?
Yes.
I think I might spy our objective. Nualia's gonna open up the hatch on the turret. Are we close enough that I can like shout over to Flux?
I would say the slower pace has allowed you all to get a fair bit closer than you had been. I'd imagine you'd be keeping like a 3 or 4 meter gap between each vehicle
Yeah,
to
but
compensate for changes in speed. But
still more than
as
enough
you
to
move
shout
up into the
over.
rockier area, you'd be at least like a couple of, maybe a meter or two closer.
I mean, even 3 meters we could probably shout over.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, Nualia opens up the hatch and is going to call out, Agril, over there! And she's going to point to the stuff and say, Agril, Feely, I think we've found our objective.
Oh, that's nice. Do you have water? I filled my water skin with alcohol. That's going to hurt my eyes more.
I do?
Please throw me the skin.
I'm
I put something acidic in my fucking smokes.
I'm going to lose this water skin. All right, give me a moment. She's gonna like go down and grab like, I assume there's some kind of water with the rations or something like that. It's not just gonna be
Yeah,
food.
there's probably a large, like, 5-liter butt of water with a tap on it.
Oh no, can we just have like the prepackaged cubes of water that you just like poke open?
No.
Water.
I mean, that is
But no,
technology that exists in the Imperium.
so
If that's what you want your water rations to be, then sure.
I half expect that to be the Militarum rations, but no. Yeah, I'll take
largely
the
depends on the wealth of the regiment.
say what?
It depends largely on the wealth of the regiment.
That's fair. But yeah, Nualia will take the 5-liter thing. Just say, Feely, Agril, catch! And she's gonna toss it over.
I was just, Feely, please catch it.
Yeah, Feely will give it a
Are you? Please tell me you're at least going to assist Feely.
I mean, he's gonna fucking like, fucking flubble around with his hands because he has no fucking clue where it actually is.
Feely actually does pretty well standing up in the Jeep and grabbing the large keg of water. He sways a little unsteadily, but manages to catch his balance.
Careful. Good catch.
Thanks. He hefts the water over to behind Agriltrum's chair.
Nualia is gonna call out, Feely, do you have the map?
Yeah, I've got one of them.
Alright. Mark a position north of T5. I'd say about 50 kilometers north of T5. I think that might be where all of the cargo trucks are going.
Alright, I've got that. He scribbles down a little note and adjusts his map.
Thank you very much. Apologies, Flux, I didn't want to distract you further from driving.
I'm not distracted. Swerves wildly.
While these things happen, Agrotrum very not gently applies water to eyeball. Wipes his face off. God, that's twice.
Maybe breathe smoke out of the side of your mouth.
But then I can't taste it as well.
Yes, but then it doesn't burn your eyes as well.
He thinks for a second. You underestimate the taste of my cigars. That or you don't know how to experience them right.
I underestimate the strength of your eyeballs against acid, and then she just closes the hatch.
Alright.
Hand on his chin. Finger up. Hand
I
back
like
on his
this-
chin. Shrugs. Whatever.
I like that the session is just us being catty bitches at each other. A little more than usual, actually. Good.
This is true family, okay? If you can't be
Yeah.
sarcastic assholes to each other, then who can
That's
you
true.
be sarcastic assholes to?
Yeah.
Well,
Sure,
if
as
it's not
you can
family, you could be people you actually like.
Fair.
As you travel for about another hour northward, the convoy comes to a sudden and unexpected halt, and the hatch of the tank ahead of you pops open as your convoy has made its way between a fairly narrow, rocky outcrop. And yeah, Lisa pops her head out of the hatch and climbs down and begins to walk back towards the Taurox and the Jeep. A bit of a grim look on her face. I assume you guys hop out
Yeah,
to go and
Flux
meet her.
will get out to meet her.
Yeah, Nualia will pop the hatch on the turret, but otherwise stay in the turret and keep on watch.
I'll probably hop out.
No trouble. Get up.
Yeah, as you approach, Lisa gives you all a kind of almost guilty look, apologetic perhaps. It's a whole fucking road back there. Big one too, just carving through the fucking valley. It was
Wait,
pretty well travelled, if you ask me.
Then why are you looking guilty? What, do you think we should have taken that road?
Well, I didn't know there was a road out here, and we just drove right up on it. What if someone's going to come around the corner next minute?
then
Better here than directly in front of them.
should we not keep going then?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to let you know, because a road, it's got to lead somewhere, right?
What direction is it going?
East-west. Almost straight line.
Nualia points back towards where she saw the convergence. Would you say it leads off towards there?
Come close by the looks of it.
Flux, continuing my confirmation.
Alright, we're going to go over the road and as far northward as we can to get some distance between. And then we'll set about confirming that.
Lisa gives you a nod and a salute. Righto, Sarge. And she turns back to head back to the tank. But yeah, you're able to cross over. You have to follow the road for a few dozen meters to find another gap in the rocky outcrops that line the road to pass through. But yeah, within another hour or so of traveling north, no sign of any enemy contact. But as you are moving into progressively rockier terrain and your pathways become more and more limited, especially by the size of the tank, give me an awareness test, everyone.
No problemo. Hey, he doesn't burn his eyeballs this time.
Sorry, 1 second.
5 for Nualia. She's doing
I
really
got a
good on
one.
awareness.
Flux and Nawalia. Flux, you're in an open-top jeep. It's not too difficult. Nawalia, I assume you've like popped the hatch to keep a good eye out.
Yeah.
You both hear a low, droning engine noise. And glancing around, you realize it's not coming from the ground, and you both look up, and in the distance you spot an aircraft. Seems to be doing an east to west pass over this area, flying fairly low.
With the magnocular, can I tell what symbols are on it?
I don't think it's close enough to see what symbols are on it, but you can definitely see that the silhouette is not an Imperial design, or at least not an Astra Militarum design, or Imperial Navy.
That is an enemy scout aircraft.
You want to shoot it?
If we do, then wherever we set up base in this area will immediately, well, not immediately, but very shortly become known, because they will have very specific areas that they are to scout out, and if they do not report in and disappear, then they know that likely it has been shot down. But we also can't just sit here either.
I would say, Flux, you'd be able to judge the distance pretty well. Do you think it will take about 20 minutes or so for the plane to get close enough to spy on you?
Sorry, can you repeat that? My brain is glitching out right now.
You've spotted a plane in the distance, you and Nualia. Doesn't appear to be Imperial. You think it'll reach you in about 20 minutes, where it's close enough to actually see you? The rest of the crew has not seen it.
Is there anything that we could do to make it not see us?
There's a bunch of camo netting in the back of the Taurox.
Yeah, but I don't know if that works for planes.
It's designed to work for planes. Planes
Right.
and satellites.
Yeah, let's cover them with the camo netting.
Right. Alright then. Shall we get the vehicles as close as possible?
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, who's leading the attempt to disguise the vehicles?
Not me. Flux!
I mean, if it's
Flux can help. I think Packard would honestly be the best person to do it. He's used to having to set up his nests and stuff.
That
Alright.
is true.
Flux, give me a survival assist.
Ooh. Can we did this once before? Can I spend one of my wrath to have Packard reroll?
Sure.
Okay. Then yeah, have him reroll. Much
There you
better.
go.
There we go.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah. The convoy pulls up in the lee of a large, rocky outcrop, and Packard hops out of the Taurox and begins shouting instructions, telling you to bring the Taurox in front of the tank, have the tank up against the rocky outcrop, and have the jeep in front of the tank, and try and cover them all with the netting. Everyone who is working on setting up the netting, give me a... I don't want to say athletics, it's not really strength-based, more just how efficiently you can work.
I mean, maybe stealth in this instance.
Yeah, stealth would work.
Stealth could work. Maybe straight agility. There's not really anything here for efficient working. It's assumed that a
Yeah.
lot of this is going to be like quick spurts of action.
Straight initiative, and then you can adjust the DN.
I think everyone give me an agility roll.
Okay.
Okay.
I will definitely
Damn
be
it.
helping.
Yeah, probably would also help.
You know, I'm not agile.
Same.
Those moments when I wish I hadn't gone for the healing faith ability.
Mm.
Oh
Well, the rest of the
shit.
squad did pretty well. I'd say Riven, Nualia. This isn't something you're particularly used to doing.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Agrotrom, you're a bit blitzed already. But Lacer, Lanewold, Feely, Packard, Risa, and Christoph, they pull their weight and manage to cover the vehicles just as the plane hoves into view above you.
With that, if I may point out that it is 7 o'clock.
Ah, yes.
It's a little after,
We will
actually.
take our break.
Yeah.
We will be back in half an hour.
Yeah. I will be right back.
I'm gonna eat more rice.
Sounds good. So, to Hugh, what do you think of my extremely heretical idea in game chat?
Let's have
Considering yours. Yeah, sure.
a look. Cool idea.
I have
Actually
no
does
idea how.
exist.
Really?
Yes, there is a group of people in the Necromunda hive called Spirers. They're the children of wealthy dickbags who live in the upper hive.
All right.
And they have strange archaeotech battle suits that give them the ability to fly, strange weapons that make a mockery of armor.
All right.
And the Inquisition suspects they have some underground dealings with the Tau.
Interesting. How do I spell
Because
that?
a lot of their flight tech seems remarkably similar, and they also have some very remarkably advanced servitor drones.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Like the Gaia Hawk is something Sparrows are known to carry, a mechanical bird that connects via an MIU to the consciousness of its user, providing them a bird's eye view, as it were.
It's just how
And
you
they go down into the Underhive to hunt the lower classes for fun.
Okay. Not so big on that part, but conceptually, very into that.
Oh yeah, there have been several stories about Tau Imperial interactions that have led to interesting technological developments that were immediately stamped out by the Inquisition when they purged the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yup. Yup. I know that
So
one.
if you could get your hands on some of the rarer bits of technology needed to make some of that stuff, maybe that's a thing you could achieve. It would take a while.
I figured this was like a long-term plan, and then things that I'm sitting on about 20 experience. I'm trying to decide what to do with it. So, but I could do I could turn that into a bunch of different things. Like I could further tech. I could start working on social skills to try and work out black market dealings with the right people to get this kind of tech. But yeah, we can talk about that offline, obviously. But uh, I think that might be an interesting way to start turning this character.
Yeah, fair enough. Sounds good.
Mostly because I realized that the awkward conversation that I've been looking forward to this entire campaign to have with Nualia is probably going to happen soonish. So, gotta deal with that.
One day someone will decide to ask Agrotrauma questions about things that aren't, how do you make your cigarettes? Or how do you want to kill that guy?
I mean, sure. You're very efficient at killing. I don't know. I've seen things that look like you before. Not like I think
What do you
means
mean?
I'm familiar with squats.
Before it's actually just short people. No, kidding.
No, but I think your existence is not weird to me. I'm more surprised that there aren't more of you. But
That's not
also, I know
Yeah,
that,
the
necessarily what I
Tyranids and the Cicatrix Maledictum sort of that.
yeah, well,
would try.
but
No, but
I
that's not
also
really
know
just.
that the Imperium does love its homogeneity. So
To a degree. As long as you
yeah,
are baseline human in physicality, how you look doesn't really matter in the Imperium.
Hmm.
Black, white, Asian, Mongolian. over-the-top, posh British colonialists, whatever. The Imperium doesn't care as long as you can hold a gun and kill a motherfucker.
Mm.
Tiny and drunk.
So, and that kind of fits back into my question. Like, why don't the Imperium do dealings with, people with
So-
better technology?
Part of their doctrine, as established by the Emperor, is that Xenos technology, while fascinating, should only be studied by true masters of science and its understanding, because they can be incredibly fucking dangerous, which got perverted over the 10,000 years between the Emperor's internment on the throne and the modern era in 40k, where that has been warped into a religious concept where Xenos technology is inherently tainted and shouldn't be used.
Oh, I see.
And that's not necessarily wrong in some cases. During the Great
Sure.
Crusade, the Emperor ran into a species called the Slot, which is a weird humanoid entity made of what appear to be hundreds and hundreds of wriggling white worms.
Interesting.
And they have created entire races solely for the purpose of attacking the Imperium. They created a race, they subjugated a race with what are referred to as slot murder mines and turned them against the Imperium. It was the greatest battle the Imperium ever fought against a Xenos species and took 2 entire legions of Space Marines.
Yeah, I think in addition to all this, tech and advancement has burned the absolute shit out of the Empire before. The easiest example of that being the Men of Iron.
Well, yeah, but the Emperor fully wanted to embrace technology and science. He wanted to develop more. It's just after his internment on the throne, he wasn't really able to give direct instructions, and thus it kind of
Got
went to hell.
I see.
Yep.
To the point where now some of the technology the Imperium uses is so fucking dangerous because it's so poorly understood that only the
Right.
tech priests of the Mechanicus can even be trusted to use it without killing themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that's only because they are rote taught every single unlocking code and algorithm and shutdown sequence of every piece of technology the Imperium ever uses.
Yeah.
Which is why most of them have replaced their brains with giant memory banks and cogitators.
Yep.
Oh. Well, I remember. I was going to tell you what me and Kira were talking about the other day on Saturday. Depending what we end up doing in Tuesday. We're talking about if it goes like chaos or like neutral.
Oh, hi, Darival. I'm back.
Hello. We're gonna.
Oh, you missed all the heresy.
Did I? I see Darival talking about the Space Wolves and the rights of percussive maintenance.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were definitely discussing tech heresy.
Yep. For sure.
Oh, that actually reminds me. I probably should at some point, Avery, show you Warhammer 40k Mechanicus, the
Yes.
video game. Yes,
Yes, absolutely.
because you can become a tech heretic in it.
Interesting.
Yes,
Kind
one
of,
of
yeah.
one of the classes is literally you're integrating Necron technology to yourself.
Ooh.
Yes.
All right.
You can play the game in a way that achieves an ending.
Yeah.
I am gonna eat that.
Yeah, it's pretty much like they added 2 expansions to the game, but the expansions didn't change most of the gameplay. They pretty much just like added a couple of classes. But thankfully they were free expansions, so yeah. Yeah, I know
Well, there's the Hereticus DLC as well.
yeah, I was gonna is that one a paid DLC?
That one is, yeah.
Okay. I know I have it. I just didn't
Because it adds
Yeah,
an entire new faction campaign against
it does.
Heretic forces. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
okay.
an entire faction campaign against Heretic forces that are trying to steal Necron technology and use it to nefarious ends.
Ah, okay.
That's also what gives you the Sicarians in the main game.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. All right, thank you. I
I
knew
think there's like
I knew
2
it
paid
added.
DLCs and everything else was free.
Yeah, I knew it added a couple of classes onto there. One of which was essentially like you were also using Necron tech
Yeah.
to augment yourself.
It's definitely a mini campaign rather than a full blown one. but there is some gameplay content there.
Okay.
It's on the more difficult side, the heretic stuff.
I haven't actually played it. I've wanted to, but the DLC is quite expensive for what it is, and
Yeah.
I've never really felt that it was quite justified.
You say it's difficult, and I'm just like, considering how difficult the main campaign is.
It definitely forces you to make sacrifices.
Oh yes.
Personally, I didn't actually find the main game to be all that difficult. Basically, the instant you get the robot guys, the big robots, and you figure out
Castellans,
that
yeah.
once
Oh
you get
yeah.
so once you get Castellans, and also once you realize that the Skitari Rangers are amazing,
Yep.
that's it. There's nothing.
Yeah,
more.
no, I can see that. Yeah, I
Yeah, my
can see
typical
that. The
party was 2
Castellans.
servitors, 3 magi, and a ranger and a
And a Castellan
Vanguard.
and a Vanguard. Okay. Yeah, I can
Vanguard
see
Alpha
the
specifically,
I
because
can
he
see
can just
the,
run up and whack somebody.
yeah, I can see the Castellans being extremely expensive, but also extremely overpowered, because that's kind of their whole thing. They're archaeotech. They are more powerful than anything we can currently make. Almost anything.
You know the
Just unfortunately dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought they were just flat robots. So there's nothing.
Well, they are, but like the Imperium has outlawed AI, so they are flat robots that have to be given new instructions via literal fucking magnetic card wafers that they plug into their chest.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a data smith that runs alongside them, opens up their chest during combat, pulls one card out, puts a new one in, and then slams it closed.
That's totally what that tech priest I was playing in the tank offshoot was at some point. But back on what I was saying, you know the Flayer boss.
Haven't.
Yes.
I don't. So.
Okay.
Feel free to spoil it, because I legitimately don't think I'm going to succeed well enough at that game to get there.
Okay. All right. So if you get a Castellan and you don't immediately deploy it, you can deploy them late in the middle of the mission, right next to the boss. The whole bit you're supposed to be doing is fighting up a tower to get to him. But you can just spawn them right next to him if you don't deploy them at the beginning.
Nice.
And they just oof him in like 3 turns, and that's it.
All right then.
Yeah, Castellans are good fun. I'm actually going to be exploring some of the Mechanicus military options later down in this campaign.
If I remember,
interesting.
the big bad is a destroyer lord, right?
Well, that's one of them.
Oh, okay, that's one of them.
There are
okay.
several different dynasties all vying for their own space.
That's right.
And they
each
come out
leader.
to dig you over. Each one you piss off
Isn't
more
it?
will come after you more.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it that each leader, each area that you go to has its own dynasty?
Yeah.
Something
Okay.
like that.
Either a dynasty or a sub-dynasty within the political landscape of the Necrons.
Yeah, I think they're sub dynasties, because I can't
the
imagine
Destroyer
that.
Lord-
I can't imagine that any Necron lord would allow like 7 other dynasties to just go to sleep on their planet.
Well, the Destroyer Lord is an admiral, or was an admiral, and a master navigator.
Yeah.
But yeah, each one has a different specialty that they're like known for.
Yeah.
So I assume they're like sub-factions within a dynasty.
Yeah. But man, what I was trying to get at earlier for the Tuesday stuff, we were thinking if it goes chaos or neutral, me and Kira would play. I'd play a Tau, and they'd play a Gretchen. And our whole bit is that my dude really doesn't like the ethereals. So he's like trying to get like money to make some kind of revolution, but he's an asshole and a con man. So basically what he does is he just robs people blind. Like, hey, donate to the cause, dude.
I posted a video in Babylon Bullshit, was it, in the Tuesday server? About, here we are, yeah, I pinned it. Making characters that you enjoy playing. It's a good video. And I'm totally fine with you making Mimi characters, but try to feed in some of the stuff it mentions in the video to make it a character that A, feels alive, and B, you enjoy playing.
Yeah, no, we were talking about that afterwards, because we had a laugh at the initial concept, and they're like, and I told them after this, like, but let's not, like, we can meme about it like this, but don't, like, actually, if we're gonna bring that to the table, we need to figure something serious out.
Yeah, that it goes along with
Otherwise, it's just gonna become a meme.
it goes
It's
along with something that I kind of have as I'm not going to say an unspoken rule because I'm very clearly going to state it. Is I try and tell any of my players in any of my games, don't make comedic relief characters. Characters with funny quirks is one thing. Characters who pull pranks on each other is one thing. A character whose entire purpose is to not be taken seriously and not take anything seriously is just going to disrupt everything.
Yeah, and that shit just becomes pain to play anyway.
Yeah.
It just hurts. I've had that issue come up before, so that's why I know not to do that. Anyway,
Yeah, I've had a couple of people in games that made comedic relief characters, and they never worked. I've never seen a time that it worked. We had one person who made a bard whose entire thing was every time combat started, he ran from combat to the point that he was out of the combat.
Oh, god damn it. That's
Yeah.
obnoxious.
Yeah, and he did that like 3 times, and at the last time I pulled him aside, like literally took him out of the call and took him to another private call and was just like, okay, you have 2 choices right now. You can either have your character have a change of heart and turn back and fight, or you can leave my campaign, because this is not going to fly. And then we had another one not in my campaign, but a campaign that I played in. They were a monk who was chaotic neutral. And
yes, the greatest.
Okay.
yeah, and let's see, what were some of the things that they did? Let's see. When we were trying to assist a bunch of civilians, because the ground caved in on us at one point and dropped us into the sewer along with a whole bunch of civilians, the rubble created a backup in the sewage that was flowing, and eventually, in a few rounds, it was going to begin flooding the chamber that we were in, so we needed to get the fuck out of there and climb up and save the civilians. So we had a rope, we started bringing people up, and my character was the first one up and started, like, pulling civilians up and helping them out, even, like, telling 3 civilians to grab onto the rope and just, like, hauling them up by the rope. The monk decided, just as I was helping that first group of civilians up, to push me back into the sewer. Because...
What the hell?
Yeah, not for any, like, actual reason, just because it was funny. When we went to a magical college, they decided to annoy the shit out of the dean of the magical college, also known as the local arch-fucking mage. And I learned later on, after I had left the group, that at one point they went to a forest with a dryad in it, and did not realize until a moment later, or a few minutes after they arrived, that there was also a hamadryad in that forest. A hamadryad being basically, if you have a dryad is to a tree what a hamadryad is to a forest.
Oh.
Yeah. The druids live in the trees, the hamadryads live in the forest. And they were talking to a dryad, the group was, and they were friendly, like, just trying to get some information, just talking to this dryad, and the monk decides to punch the dryad because... Which, that's how they found out about the hamadryad. And as soon as the Hamadryad came out, they were all just like, we don't know this fucking person. They followed us out of town, and we don't know who the fuck they are.
Yeah,
That's
we
a good
kind of did
solution.
that with a character once.
Oh yeah, Daredevil. Absolutely, I could understand that. Fuck it, as Daredevil says, fuck it, I'm chaotic neutral. I'm getting myself out of here before the civs. That's 100% on, like, understandable and can be taken seriously. The whole, oh shit, people are really about to die, and, like, even my character, who was technically an undead, would not survive being flooded by this sewage and rubble.
Uh-huh.
Just like, I'm gonna push you in, cause ha ha! Like, yeah.
Also, if you make a bard that's a coward, you could totally could frame that as, okay, they fight, but they just don't kill anybody.
There's
Or-
there's a whole bunch of or even just like when they get into a fight, they fight really poorly.
Yeah, or you
There's
take all the spells that like are creative but don't necessarily do damage. Like
yeah, there's
you
a whole
cast
bunch
sleep
of ways.
and everybody falls asleep. It's
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of ways to have that. Yeah, you have yeah, as you say, you have spells that the purpose is to
you
stop
use
the fight.
prestidigitation. Yeah,
Yeah.
you use prestidigitation to do
The
on a very small scale whatever you want.
I just
the
don't
one 5e game I ran, we had a bard that was like not, they were pacifist, which I was okay with. I don't do super heavy combat whatever,
Mhm.
but yeah, they're very much the person that like would freeze in a fight and not really get into the fight. And it was really interesting because before stuff kind of crashed and burned, I was working with them to like develop the character arc of the character coming over that, but like that was already a thing that we in before the game. That's why I'm like a big fan of like doing a round table of making your characters together, or at least with the
Yeah.
DM, so that you know what setting and feeling you're trying to get into.
Yeah. That is very much why I require any group I'm in, we're gonna make characters together.
Yee.
Funnily enough, the biggest person I had problems with in that game was the one bitch that decided not only were they not going to wait to start outlining character stuff with me or pass anything by me, but they were going to ask a DM friend of theirs to do it with them.
I think I remember you telling me about
And they had never played before.
I've made characters that are not fighting centric. I absolutely have. I've
I usually do, honestly.
in Vampire the Masquerade, I specifically made a pacifist. He was a little bit of a meme, but he actually like could be taken seriously in the story and did take the situation seriously. His whole thing, I've told you all about him. It was John Bishop, the TV evangelist vampire who thinks he's there to save the vampires from damnation.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, no, he is a pacifist. He has never once drawn a weapon or hurt anybody in combat. He specifically had powers that were there to basically like put the fear of God into the enemies to make them back down, or just to protect him. And yeah, no, he took the situations very seriously. He wasn't just like, if you just believe in the Lord. No, it's very much like, I get that sometimes people are gonna have to fight. I can't do that, but this is the world that we live in. Like,
Right.
and then my character for the Sunday game that I was in, Under Fractured Sky, is a warlock that is not combat focused. She is very big on her whole thing was that I went heavy on the Elder God patron, and it was very much
Good decision.
yeah, it was very much a deal that she did not want, but she didn't have a choice in. But her whole thing is that she hunts cultists so that she can prevent them from waking up the Elder God that she made a deal with. So
Alright.
as she comes more into her power is a lot more about breaking down mental barriers and getting the information that she needs. So like reading minds, putting fear into the enemies, mind controlling people. It's all stuff like that.
I've made a useless character for the Friday campaign. I think it's the first time in any of Hugh's campaigns that he's had a character not engage in combat in some way in an attempt to help.
I mean, you don't really need to.
Well, yeah. There was a scene that like was the end kind of bit like of our first module, like first part of a module that we're doing. And my character has maybe 2 dice in athletics total when I roll. And it's just generally like they're 100% the face. They're not built for any kind of physicality.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd been getting in the fights because I did give them weapon skill. But we had a scene where we were having to climb a moving fucking train that was a vertically moving fucking train. As it was going at high speed, attempting to get people before like it docked and they murdered like the head of the fucking hive world that we were on. And after nearly slipping, trying to climb from the bottom to the next one on the train cars up, my character was just like, clearly this is not for me. And he sat and had a smoke and offered one of the NPCs a job offer while sending Mason's character up the train to handle things.
I have to wonder, why a vertical train? Why not just an elevator?
Ask Hugh.
That's why I'm asking.
It's part of a massive transit network in a hive that collects algae and animal byproducts from the lower levels and brings them up to the higher levels to be processed into food, which is then distributed to the wider system.
Uh-huh. But
So
a
they
vertical
have
train.
a massive network of vertical rails that move from the lower levels of the hive up to the upper hive, but the lower levels are much bigger. So there's a lot of rails that connect into each other and filter down at the higher they get.
So essentially
So a
you
rail
made
network is more efficient than an elevator, which can only go up and down.
essentially you made rocket elevators.
I didn't make
That's
them. It's actually part
exactly
of the
what
module.
got made.
I didn't make them. It's actually part of the module.
Oh,
But yeah,
nice.
the way it's described, it's literally just think of a rail network in a city and just, rotate it 90 degrees.
Yeah. Okay. That's still very interesting. Like for me, it's like, okay, why wouldn't they just like Final Fantasy VII Midgar it with just trains that are on constant inclines all the time? Like that feels like it would be much more
that's
efficient.
possible, but it would take longer because they're covering more distance.
Yeah, that's fair. That makes
Plus,
me,
they were
God,
also
I
carrying
want to.
big gimbal bowls full of algae, so
Hugh,
going up and down helps.
Hugh, I now want to just like look at the blueprints of that city so I can Factorio that whole fucking thing. Or just have a constant chain with buckets on it. Yeah.
That is also not a bad option, to be perfectly honest, Arabelle. Once it's running, it would be just as efficient. But I feel the issue there is the kinks in the bucket line as it works its way up the hive.
As well, it just doesn't look as cool, and you've got to have the rule
Also
of cool.
true. Yeah, you can't have people fight their way up a vertical train if there isn't a vertical train.
Okay,
Exactly.
no, but hear me out. Riding the buckets up, shooting people.
Well, I'm melee, so that would have been very weird for me in that situation.
Riding the buckets up, sword fighting people on the buckets.
Interesting thought. But yeah, we can return from our break.
All right.
So, you guys have just ducked out of sight of a plane as it passes overhead. You will cram yourselves back under the cover of the large rock. And after about 5-10 minutes, the sound begins to recede into the distance and you lose sight of the aircraft.
Are we like trying to go for there? Is that what that is?
That's your future.
Say what?
That's your future.
You are.
It's our future base.
Thank you.
for some reason your Discord was doing the thing where it was like, I don't know, it happens to very specific people, but every so often their microphone just starts getting muffled, and then it'll fix
Yeah,
itself.
it's been doing that for a little while now. I'm
Yeah.
kind of annoyed.
I think
when
it's
does
just a
new
Discord
headset
thing.
come in? Or-
As soon as they open the shops from lockdown.
Well, no, I think it's just a Discord thing, because that happens with Alex, that happens with Vox, that happens with a bunch of people.
Yeah, guy in many of my other games, Rhett, he gets hit by it constantly.
Yeah.
I was always under the impression that that was just him.
No, it's not his mic. It's legitimately just Discord.
Yeah.
Weird. Wonder why that would even happen. Doesn't make
The
any
connection to the server, I assume, is
Yeah.
spotty, and it loses a load of the data on the microphone input.
Yeah. That makes the most sense. Alright, so. Plane went over.
Yep. It passes over you heading east.
Do we wait?
Disappears from view behind one of the large rocky outcrops.
Do we wait for it to make another pass by, or do we just go?
Flux is
Oh.
in here right now.
At the moment I asked that, Alex went BRB.
Yep.
I think we need to get moving. Let's not sit here and wait for the for the airplane to find us.
Trump gives a thumbs up.
Yeah, you untangle the camo netting. The squad bundles it back into the Taurox. You start your engines and head on further north. Yeah, it'll take you about another hour and a half to get to your desired camp spot.
Okay.
As the path becomes more and more broken up and difficult to traverse due to large rocky outcrops. You can see ahead of you a miniature mountain range of shattered rock thrusting up from the ground.
Welcome back. We decided to just get the Taurox moving instead of waiting for the plane to make another pass.
I agree with this.
Yeah, after about an hour and a half, you reach the rough area you indicated to me, Flux.
Yeah, we're gonna go more north than that if we can. Like, very much want to hide in the rock.
Well, these two coloured in areas are jagged spars of rock thrusting out of the ground hundreds of meters high. You won't really be able to get through them with vehicles.
Nualia pops the hatch on the Taurox, calls out to Agril. Alright, Agril, we need you to carve us a hole.
Wonderful!
No.
What? Oh, you are right. I don't have a pickaxe.
I don't need you
built one.
breaking more teeth.
I'm not gonna take a bite out of the mountain. I'll break it up into smaller pieces.
And then you'll eat those.
Yes.
I don't know. I think we could just give Agril a spoon.
That is not an effective tool.
It is not, but a dwarf could do it.
Yes, you're correct.
You can
But
just
There is a
see.
certain level of functionality I would like. It's not like trying to convince me to eat a soup with a fork.
You can just see Nualia just trying not to crack up laughing.
I would like to let you know that Agrotrum appears very serious about this.
Oh yeah, no, I believe it.
So gonna fucking up. It's like, don't tell me how to fucking eat the earth. I know the best way to do it. I know to make my own goddamn pickaxe.
How far north do you want to go, Flux?
I just want to find like a place where we can kind of get ourselves into another crevice and know if somebody's going to be coming up behind us or in front of us.
Well, you've been weaving your way through a sparse, rocky landscape of large chunks of rock and small mesas thrusting up from the ground. You've been having to guide the vehicles quite carefully through them. There's not really much open space around here.
Fine. If we were to go to the east, what does the terrain look like there?
It's pretty much the same for most of this area.
Here's why I ask. If we're trying to get picked up by a plane, is there an open area that we could, in theory, try and make that happen?
Not really.
Fun. So really, we'd have to kind of like drive in front of enemy lines from here to get the closest we can back to our people.
Yeah. You would know from training that this kind of terrain is a natural land barrier, and few armies would try to cross it, and therefore few will bother to defend it too much. Scout patrols and such, for the most part.
Okay, and given that we've got the militia pretty close to us, we could probably get back to Saint's Watch with not too much of a problem.
Maybe.
I imagine there's not really very many paths just like up through here. We'd probably have to try and get to the road, which means going through enemy lines.
There is a very thin pass through here.
Yeah.
Connecting to this road.
Yeah. Pretty much just be a matter, in that case, it'll just be a matter of making sure we call ahead.
And getting through enemy lines.
Where do you want your camp?
going way up here.
Yeah, that's what I would want to do. We are gonna make a camp and start trying to fix that damn tank.
Yeesh.
Hell yeah.
Alright.
While they're all working on the tank, Nualia is actually going to go to Flux and say, Flux, permission to take Packard and yourself and go check out the spot.
I'd prefer we get a setup here first.
Very well.
When is the next time that you're going to have to get in contact?
Not for another day-night cycle. I imagine that once we have a location, we're supposed to report in around that time, but until we have more concrete information, then probably not another 48 hours.
Excellent. Well, I want all of our vehicles in as working order as we can get them under the circumstances before we go back into a heavily traveled area.
Hugh, on
Yeah.
foot, how long would it take to go 145 kilometers? I imagine a really
find
long
out.
time.
You can achieve a pace of about 3 miles a day, 3 miles per hour, if you are fairly physically fit. So more or less 20 to 30 miles a day if they walk 8 hours or less a day.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And this is rougher terrain, so I'd
Yeah.
say knock it down to about like 15 miles a day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, even if we exhausted ourselves going that way, we wouldn't even reach halfway.
It's about 25 kilometers a day.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah. Okay. Nualia will yeah, she's pretty much useless for fixing vehicles, so she's just gonna keep watch and help set up the camp.
Go into the Tarox and set up the Zero Skull Array. I told myself I was gonna bank an hour.
Alright. Give me just a moment.
Hugh, do I know if it's possible to send pictures along the encrypted inquisitorial line?
It is possible to send images over the Vox and videos. It's just data.
Okay. Okay, cool. Now you say over the Vox, do you mean the general Vox as well?
Well, any Vox, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
As long as the other end has the tech to decrypt it.
So this is basically Imperial Facebook.
Yeah,
Kind of. But it's peer-to-peer. Alright. This is your general camp area map.
Alright.
The orange things are rocky outcrops. The green things are trees and bushes, etc.
Gasp. All the way up here?
Yeah, shock horror. Who would have thunk it?
Big surprise.
I just love the size of the Jeep next to the tank. It's so tiny.
Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We're going to set up over here. And then we're gonna place some landmines down.
Hell yeah.
Where were we setting up? I missed the
Top left.
top left. Okay, cool. No, don't. Not 208%. I need 40% zoom. There we go.
Yeah, you're right. I think it needs to be 207%.
You're right. 250% it is.
It's not 370%.
No.
I mean, why not 490?
Because it
Oh.
only goes to 250, unfortunately.
I feel like I'm missing something somewhere.
We're just random
it's-
numbers.
Yeah, it's the percentage zoom on Roll20. It decided to go way zoomed in.
And then I just decided to be a brat,
I see.
So,
as I do.
yeah, so the usual.
Surprising nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, that's surprised. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
You're about as baked as Agril is.
I have never done drugs, although Hugh did send me a thing about drugs that I was looking at earlier. I actually didn't get
Some
into it.
drugs?
He didn't send me drugs.
No,
Avoid
that would be pushing it. But, you know, depending on what kind of drug, quote unquote, you're looking for, some are more legal than you would expect.
I would say since this stream is based in the U.S., where drugs are just typically illegal, as well
Let's maybe
Amazon
not.
TOS. Yeah.
So believe it or not, I just got an email about 20 minutes ago from a company called 1CP LSD that was advertising that they ship worldwide a completely legal LSD derivative that is used for psychedelic testing.
That is very
Cool.
interesting.
They just also don't happen to discriminate against clients.
Yeah. I went to go check it and I couldn't get into it. It asked, "Are you age?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then it just spinny loop, nothing happens.
Are
I
you
think-
age? I like that.
I mean, it says seriously, "Are you generic legal age?"
Oh.
18.
Okay.
So it didn't actually say that. If it was like that, I would have been like, "What kind of meme is this?" And I just
Right.
not even like thought two cents about it.
Yeah. Well, it works
Alright.
fine for me. It might have been blocked in your country.
Yeah, probably. So
In
feels
which
bad,
case,
but
let's steer the conversation away from it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, your little convoy pulls up through the southern trail. Where do you guys want to go and what do you want to do?
Top left was where Alex had said.
Yeah.
Alright.
And we're gonna start repairing a tank. Flux is gonna do what they can with Hattie and helping out, and until Noelia can also come lend a hand. Or not Noelia, you can't help me.
Yeah,
The
no.
other one. Yeah. No, you want the one who's good at technology.
Yeah. Yeah. So Noelia is gonna come help, and we'll get the tank. Yeah.
Alright then.
Oh dear.
So, where exactly are you planning to do this? So then I can put all the shit
Tank
where it
is
needs
gonna
to go.
get. Tank is gonna. Actually, so first off, we're gonna set up our like tenty area over yonder. And then just. Actually, can we fit the Torox and the little setup in the little crevice here?
Probably, yeah.
Let's do that instead. And then we'll just kind of set the tank up over here and be repairing. Watching Hugh manipulate the Torox and Jeep and stuff is, I think, my favorite part of this game so far.
It is fun watching them just like appear around the map.
Alright, where do you want your Jeep?
Jeep can come back here, just so that we've kind of got the area generally, like trying to hide them from the lower southern area.
Yeah, that's fair.
And gonna put camo netting on the Jeep.
Fair enough. What are you doing with your trailer?
Yeeting it. No.
That's good where it is, to be honest, and we'll set up the tentage around the Torox where we can.
I mean, if nothing else, we can like put the tents through here, put the camo netting up, and have a nice little shaded spot.
Oh my god.
Start up a bar and grill in here. Think we could make
I mean,
some money.
yeah, who needs... I think Noelia would genuinely kill us if we were like, yeah, time to dessert, we're just gonna make a little truck stop.
Oh yeah, she would give you one chance to turn back around, and then she would execute you like a commissar.
So she hasn't loosened up that much.
Oh hell no.
Still working on it.
I'm
Okay.
surprised that I got away with my burn a church thing last session.
Well, it was very much the whole thing of like she assumed that you were messing with her, and you've earned enough respect that you get to mess with her. As well, she hasn't told you about her time at the monastery, where she was also a little bit of a hellion herself.
Oh, I'm excited.
Definitely significantly more tame than anything Flux could do, but as far as pranking in monasteries goes, like, yeah, she had some fun.
Good to know.
All right then.
Hey, Riven. We need to spray paint Noalia's armor pink.
I mean, you say that, but okay, sounds good.
All right then. You set to work on the tank, and did you say you were going to start stowing stuff in the crevasse behind the Taurox?
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's a bit cramped, but certainly doable. While you are fixing the tank, those of you who are doing so, go ahead and give me tech rolls.
I can build a tank in my sleep.
Riven, you gonna join in on that since you're helping?
Yeah. Well, as long as yes, if the hours pass and I actually can, then yes, totally.
Yeah, definitely.
Always down for a good tech roll.
Are these
Oh
The-
wow, I've been out teched. Huh.
are these jagged spires, or are these kind of like the mesas?
No, they are jagged chunks of rock jutting out of the ground like the splintered bones of some dead animal.
Okay, all right, got it.
Hugh feels very strongly about these rocks.
I'm trying to give
They're-
more variation in terrain.
Hugh has given us very, very proud and direct boners here, so just
Alright, Flux and Riven, along with Lisa and the twins, you begin working on the tank, first cutting away the damaged armor, and then welding in new plates. You have to cut the armor plates that you stole down to size. They're about twice as large as they need to be, but it does mean you have to use half as much. And yeah, after a bit of effort, you're able to patch up the side of the tank. You notice it hangs a little heavier on its suspension on that side. Lisa kind of glances at it. We could give it a track guard, but might make it a bit unbalanced.
What if we adjusted both sides?
Yeah, if we took half a track off one, if we just put one track on the left on the right, and then made the heavier armor track guard on the left, that would balance it out a bit.
Let's do it.
Yeah, a bit of cooperative effort, and you were able to detach the track guard, designed to be quite easy to repair and replace. You move it over to the other side, and then Lisa begins directing you both in using combi tools to plasma torch the massive track guards that you salvaged in half lengthwise.
So, does this mean that now Riven and I both have a combi tool?
Yep, the team managed to steal, I think, 2 from the convoy.
Fantastic.
Nice. I'm just gonna add that to my inventory so I have to stop stealing Rivens.
Sounds
There,
good.
you have 1 spare. But yeah, after a while, you're able to complete the work. It looks a bit ugly. the blank gunmetal grey armor plating somewhat haphazardly welded into place. You had to just cover over where the side door on the right side used to be, as you didn't have any hatch doors to salvage. But otherwise, it looks fairly sturdy.
And what were you able to acquire in terms of ammunition?
Lisa kind of looks a little embarrassed, scratches the back of her head. That'd be nothing.
Right, so we have a tank with little to no ammunition, but it's repaired. Well, guess we're gonna have to steal some ammo.
By this point, the sun is beginning to dip behind the massive plateau of Cardaius Table over to the east that you can just barely make out in the distance as a white line across the horizon.
What's our stealthiest car?
Depends what you're after. The Jeep is smaller, harder to spot, can move a little bit faster, but the Taurox has a stronger engine, is a bit quieter.
If we're trying to sneak up and confirm the location of this super tank, will we know if there's a better car for getting close to that and managing it?
If you wanted to sneak up on an outpost, then the best idea would probably be give me a leadership roll.
Haha, haha.
Do you
No,
want to re-roll that?
I wish I fucking could.
Did you spend 2 wrath already?
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright. Hard to really gauge.
Mm-hmm.
A smaller vehicle would let you get in closer, but you'd be taking a smaller team. Especially if you were putting the surveillance unit in the back of the Jeep. You would only be able to take 2 people along with you. But while the Taurus can carry more people, it is a bigger, bulkier object with a hotter running engine that could show up on Auspex scans.
Riven, what's the range on your array?
About a kilometer. You there, Ribbon? Avery?
They just said that they were back.
Ah, yeah. Literally as you asked. Good. Timing. Twice now.
Again, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Fantastic timing. The great part
it's 1
about
kilometer.
the great part about not having to all be in the same room is we can be super comfortable and just have fun. The downside of not all being in one room is everybody has to go AFK every so often.
Yeet.
I mean, in fairness, you say that like we wouldn't just get up and do a thing if we needed to if we were in the same room.
Oh, I know, but the difference generally would be that less things would happen requiring our attention if we had all met somewhere or were all in the same room or something.
True.
Yeah. That is one of the downsides of doing this online. But, well.
I'm not
work with what we got.
complaining. I'm not complaining. I'm just more
It's
taking
funny.
note. Yeah, it is funny.
Fair. But yeah, Ribbon would tell you that it is 1 kilometer.
Alrighty. You're not gonna here's the plan.
Throw the squad at it. The end. I'll take care of
We're gonna take the stealth squad and the servo skulls, and we're gonna get as close as we can with the data bank and get pictures. Because we don't need to do anything, we just need to confirm. Once we do that, we'll radio it. And then move on to our normal shit-disturbing ways in other places where we won't get ground to bits by a fucking super tank.
it.
If I may insist also going along with the stealth group, not necessarily to actually join you in moving up on the thing, but I can radio in from the location and not from our base.
How many people fit?
You could fit 3 people
In the
total in the Jeep if you were taking the surveillance array.
Arguably, a person does not necessarily have to get close to the thing, we just need to get a servo skull to where it can take pictures.
You mean Riven?
Say again.
You mean Riven?
Indeed. I will literally just be there to act as radio operator for that.
Actually, I'm not sure if I'm even the person to go with you. Riven's going to be better as a driver.
Gasp. You mean with your driving skills, you think that somebody else might be better for the job?
I mean, listen, we all know that I'm the best person to drive when it comes to fast. Stealthy I don't do, it's not my style.
Fair.
Bit of a snigger from the surrounding troopers.
Then, in that case, Packard. Packard can help us to pick off any lone guards. I can be there in case the shit hits the fan. And, as well to be the radio person. And Riven is our driver and our tech person.
Sounds good.
I am back. Who's dead?
No.
You are now.
Ah, well, shit. I knew I had to go
We're-
eventually.
We were trying to figure out who best to go and grab
You're gonna
pictures
be
of the
driver
location.
and tech operator.
So basic group we have is you, me, and Packard are going in the Jeep to get a servo skull close enough to take a picture of the thing.
Okay.
What we're going to need is pictures, both as close as you can get and overheads. If there is another base out there, which it seems very likely, getting pictures of the road, at least where it exists generally, and what we can find on it is going to be very important to communicate back.
Odds are...
Because that was nowhere on any of the maps we were given.
Indeed. Odds are as well the thing is likely being built in a building of some sort, which will make it a little bit harder to get the servo skull in close. But
Well, let's see what we've got, and I'll work my magic.
yes. If nothing else, the servo skull does not necessarily need to be sneaky, it just needs to be fast.
Do we want to...
The highest priority is that you're not seen and you're not followed back here.
Mhm.
Okay. Alright.
Alright, then is that the game plan then?
Mm-hmm.
Ye-
Nualia is definitely going in her power armor. She is not disguising herself for this. The point of this is to not be seen.
Alright
But
then.
But she is also effectively the plan B for this payday heist crew.
If you are seen and you are followed, it's your responsibility to find somewhere to hole out and shake them that is not here.
Of course.
Wait, hold on. Do I have to go? I have to go pack up the server skulls again.
Yep.
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 An hour of time.
I'm going to spend most of this mission packing and unpacking these fucking servo skulls.
I won't
Alright.
make you roll for it.
At this point,
As
you're
you were
so
halfway through it,
practiced.
Well, you were halfway through it already, so it's partially disassembled as it is.
Mm.
So
Okay.
as you finish, the sun disappears behind Cardaius' table, and the land is plunged into a gloomy twilight.
That actually is a fair question. Do the servo skulls have infravision? Or some version of ability to see at night?
They have photo lenses which amplify light. They basically work as night vision.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Fancy. Alright, let's do it.
Yes.
Alright. You turn the engine on and pull out of the little alcove that you've hidden in.
Flux is just gonna kind of be walking up to the car as they're getting ready to go. If you don't come back, we're assuming you're dead.
Of course. If,
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. If we don't come back, or you don't hear from someone within 4 hours. I would just say keep the radio on.
Do try to come back. I don't want it on my record that I accidentally killed a Sororitas.
I have no intention of dying out here, but I will of course make note for your absolute no care for the Mechanicus. All right, let's go.
Yep. Ah.
Alright, then yeah, you pull out, heading off into the distance to the south. While you are traveling, as that'll be about, I think, 2, maybe 3 hour journey.
Oh, well, then we're fucked. They're just gonna assume we're dead.
Oh yeah, I
mean,
said 4
in
hours, assuming it was
fairness-
2.
In fairness, Flux assumes you're dead until you come back anyway.
Alright.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about 2 hours or so.
Okay.
Okay. This we're being consistent.
Alright, while they are gone, what are you doing back at camp?
That's an excellent question. Definitely going to set up a watch. Chris, Risa, your first watch. And I'm going to start trying to get stuff together on the area of operation map. So we're just gonna be sitting, chilling out, have the bigger Vox kind of just going and wait to hear back. Or just hear news in general that's broadcast.
Alright. Yeah, not a lot happens. You occasionally hear the distant drone of a plane, and you can see it passing over the south. But nothing much really seems to happen. Agrotron, what are you doing while you wait?
Aside from fucking around, and anytime he sees the plane, he goes like, with his fingers, he goes like, bam, bam, got him. And shit like that. Yeah, he'll keep an eye out whenever it's his time to keep an eye out, but otherwise he's like, just doing his thing.
Alright then. Nualia and Riven.
Yep.
You drive for a couple of hours. Riven, you're navigating the spars of rocky outcrops, sometimes having to pull quite a bit out of your way to get around a pile of rockfall that has blocked the gorge you were driving through. But eventually, you come out over the lip of a rocky outcrop, and below you, you can see the road that you crossed earlier, heading east and west. You can also see a narrow path about maybe 500-600 meters to the east. Give me an awareness check, both of you.
Oh yeah, that thing I'm extremely good at all the time.
Yes, you
Alright.
are.
Oh wow.
Ribbon, as you pull up and the engine quiets down, idling over, you hear another sound, the rumble of another engine, but not yours. Seems to be coming down from the southeast, perhaps down that small pathway you saw.
Yeah, I had a hunch. So, Nualia, there's something else out there. Another engine. I don't know what it is, but I can start deploying the skulls.
All right, myself and Packard can check it out. Good
You may
hearing.
want to pull the card. Packard leans over and taps your shoulder, Ribbon.
There you go.
I'll
Yep.
pull it back from the road. I've got to try and remember to do that in character more.
Yeah, no, that's good.
He was just making sure we don't fucking kill ourselves by being forgetful.
No, it's good. I appreciate it. It also is very in character for Packard.
Yeah.
Basically, in any situation where I feel the scenery, positioning, or actions may be nebulous or vague,
Mhm.
I will try and give you hints to clarify things.
Thanks.
What
Uh,
I'm hearing is
in this
Packard
case.
is the chosen self-insert for this game.
That's fine.
That
You know what though?
is
I don't.
kind of, yeah.
So
Considering I started this campaign not knowing anything about 40k, I'm fine with being railroaded a little bit. It helps a bunch.
I just love that Hugh's chosen self-insert is a noseless guy, like much older guy with like many teeth missing. You picked the fucked up Solid Snake, didn't you?
I needed to give you a character that was a veteran of combat that could give you tactical and strategic analysis and observation.
So you
while
picked
also
the fucked
occasionally
up
covering
Solid
some of
Snake.
your- Yeah, kind of.
I love him. He's great.
I mean,
He is great.
in fairness, at least towards the age thing, Hugh likes to preen over the fact that he thinks he's gonna be like a really like good-looking old dude.
Though, to be honest, I also kind of think that I based Packard a little bit on the immortal sniper who dies of old age if you leave him long enough.
Oh, the
Oh,
end.
yeah, the end. I like that guy.
So even more fucked up then, because you have this one eye that just will bulge the fuck out of its socket every so often.
Oh yeah, give him time. He's still, middle-aged.
All right.
Oh god.
That's canon. Packard eventually becomes the end. Interesting. Sorry. What did he actually say though? I didn't hear it.
But yeah, he taps your shoulder and says, "Might want to pull back from the road. Could spot us."
Yeah. Good idea. Thanks, Packard. And I'm gonna pull back a bit and then start deploying the skulls.
Yeah, you back the jeep down the incline behind a rocky outcrop, and then you shove Packard out of the way and start fiddling with the surveillance unit.
I don't think I'd shove him. That's not.
I
Hugh
was
would
being
shove him.
facetious.
Oh, okay. Yes. Good. Excellent.
All right, Packard, let's go check out the noise that Riven heard.
Don't go too far.
Of course.
He gives you a nod, says, "No worries, Corporal. We'll be just up the edge of the incline. Keep low."
Excellent. Appreciate it.
And he gestures ahead of the jeep where you can see the edge of the incline.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck! I have rank in this group.
Yeah,
Yep.
you do. It's okay. It's okay. Technically, I can pull rank, so.
Oh, cool. Good. Perfect. Great. That's important. Yeah, I'm gonna start playing the skulls and sending them out to start scanning.
Amusingly, even though Noelia can pull rank, I'm pretty sure similarly to earlier when she told them to do stuff, they're gonna wait for you to say it's okay first.
Yeah, more than
Yes.
likely. Because there's still, like, the actual chain of command. I think if I started, like, flashing the inquisitorial sign at that point, they would be like, no, just do what she says.
Sure.
Yeah, officers don't like it, but there's generally a carte blanche if the Inquisition is involved.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Give me a tech roll, Riven.
Sure. Feel like at some point this will be the one where I have to use all my saved wrath for today.
There's got to be one somewhere in the game.
Ooh.
Oh, look. Speak of the devil.
Yeah, there we go. All right, great. Rerolling that. Okay, it's better.
All right. 6 successes and a complication. I would say as you begin setting up the servo skulls, how many did you bring with you?
So we have 4. I probably brought 3, leaving 1 at camp.
Don't we have?
Alright.
Don't we have 5? We have 4 with the
Yeah.
recording and.
Yeah, but Leonard does not have photo lenses.
Right. Leonard is just a basic servo skull.
Leonard is
Sure.
also very special, and is,
Yeah.
besides Feely, is the group mascot.
Yeah. It's I sleep with him, I cuddle with him like a stuffed animal every night.
I was about to say, you sure about that phrasing?
I don't sleep with him in that sense. He's a skull.
I mean, it would be in keeping with Mechanicus. That's all I'm saying.
No.
Yeah, some of them do get a little weird about technology.
Yeah, but it's yeah. But
Oh, is that what we're calling it?
Anyway, yeah. So I probably brought 3 and left 1 back at camp, as well as Leonard.
Alright.
This is a spare backup in case something exploded.
As you boot the 3 up, 2 of them lift seamlessly from their cradles with a low hum. The third begins humming, attempts to lift, and then there's a whir and a angry beep from the skull, and it falls back into its cradle.
Of course. You're gonna be temperamental with me. All right. Can I diagnose what's going on with it, or do I just sort of assume things weird?
I would say with that roll, you can definitely tell that the beep it gave was a short string of binary that indicated a critical error with its propulsion.
All right. Well, you're staying with me. I'll fix it when we get back to camp. All right. I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll send those 2 out to survey.
Alright. They float over the heads of Nualia and Packard.
We're still. Would this have? This would have taken a while. We were still checking out the sound,
No, it
right?
would only take a couple of seconds.
To set up
The system is designed
thing?
entirely for this.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
So
the reason
Riven taking that hour to set everything up was unnecessary.
No, taking the hour to set it up was her installing it into the car,
Oh, okay.
hooking it up to its power system so that it can run independently.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, in this case, it's just switching them on and letting them go.
Okay. All right. Never mind then.
But yeah, Nualia, you and Packard creep up to the edge of the lip. Packard getting down prone and crawling up to the edge,
Oh yeah. Sitting here.
keeping his rifle by his side.
Yeah, I've
And
got.
yeah, as you hear the hum of servo skulls lifting into the air behind you, you see in the distance vehicles round a corner and come onto this east-west road. And they begin heading towards you from the east. You can see a large truck led by a tank. Possibly a second truck behind it, you're not sure.
Oh shit! Stay heads down. And yeah, I'm gonna call. But how far away are we from Riven?
About 5 or 6 meters, honestly, not that
Okay,
far.
yeah. I was gonna call out, Riven, head down now.
Sure. I'm gonna drop down. I'll drop prone.
Yeah. You keep low. Ribbon, you see the feed from the servo skulls as they lift into the air to try and get out of view of a convoy, much like the one you ambushed. 2 trucks, 2 armored cars, and a tank. They're moving faster than the convoy you ambushed did. Possibly because they're not carrying their cargo.
Possibly because they don't want to be ambushed.
Also entirely likely in this scenario. But yeah, they draw closer. Nualia, give me a stealth roll.
Good thing I put a point in that and have a high agility.
Hey, another glory.
And just to make sure that tank doesn't see me, I will use my wrath on this. Okay, cool.
Well,
Alright.
with that, we're
3.
capped on glory, so if you want to burn some of that, right?
Yeah, actually, I was gonna
That
say,
is true.
is there a cap on glory?
Four,
Yes,
I think.
that's just the players.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'll I kind of want to save some glory for the servo skulls. I want to save a lot of glory for the servo skulls. So I'll roll 1.
Alright.
Awesome.
Yeah, the dice be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
Alright then. And let's give Packard his roll. Yeah, Packard is fine.
As expected.
Alright then. You are incredibly lucky, Nualia. As you see the vehicles approach and begin to head past, you catch a glimpse of the passenger of the first truck. You swear he looks directly at you, and you duck down, expecting them to shout in alarm, but doesn't seem they recognized you if they did see you,
Oh, good.
as the vehicles pull away.
All
Heading
black
west.
power armor helps.
A random corner that got scraped shines in the dark as the lights hit it.
Yeah.
Fortunately, you are not spotted this time.
Good.
Much to
After a
Hugh's
few moments.
disappointment.
After a few moments, Packard lifts his head a little. I think we're in the clear.
Alright. Alright, Riven. Begin scouting.
Will do. I'm gonna get back up and go to the console and start scouting.
Yeah. Your servo skulls hover over the road, and you can see to the east another road passing through the rocky outcrops, heading south, it seems. As you begin to head them down that direction, you follow the road a fair bit, where it branches, seemingly at random, heading towards, from what your servo skull's bird's eye view, looks like a little clearing in the rock, with a large rock set in the center.
Hmm. Wait, what do you mean a large rock in the center? Like
A large cluster of jagged, broken stone reaching up about 30-odd meters above the ground.
Okay. I'm going to have one skull hang back a bit and send another one around the outcropping.
Alright.
Tell me what I gotta roll.
Give me a tech roll.
5 and a complication. Shit.
Alright. You hold one servo skull back, hovering quite high above the scene. And you send the second one in closer to examine. And as it begins to drift around the rocky outcrop, you suddenly come face to face with a wide opening on the south side that seems to open between the rocks, and you can see a series of scaffolding and construction that looks like some of the rocks may be fake.
Yeah, I had a hunch. Okay.
And within you can see a large tunnel, very broad, heading down underground. You can also see about half a dozen guards.
Great. Cool. I'm gonna relay all of this to Nualia and Packard.
Alright. Well,
I-
that explains why no satellite imagery found this place.
Yeah. Should I go in further? Should I pull back?
We need to be absolutely certain that this is where the Stormlord is. We need some sort of visual confirmation. So, yes.
Okay. I have an idea, but it's probably gonna cost me a skull.
All right.
Shit. No, screw it. Really cool. Okay, so I am going to.
You have
All right.
3 glory. I would say, whatever you're doing, feel free to spend all of it if it
Yeah,
goes
but it's-
badly.
Yeah, but it's gonna cost me a Zero skull, and I don't
Yeah.
really want to do that. Okay, that's fine. All right. So with the 2 skulls, I'm going to have the one that just stumbled on all of those people, sort of either move up or kind of out of the way. I'm going to send the other skull that's hanging back off in a side direction down the right, and I'm going to order it to detonate.
All right then.
Is that possible?
I would say you could definitely command it to override its safeties and have the anti-grav generator overload.
Okay. I'm
I
going
would say, as a
for.
mechanicus, you are very aware of the fact that this is like hundreds of years old technology.
Yep.
Like, if you ever admit to having done this to any of your superiors in the Mechanicus, you're gonna end up like me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or
Okay.
worse.
Oh, I see. So they gave me an heirloom. Ugh, that's
Yeah,
fucking
I was
stupid.
gonna say, servo skulls as well, generally, like, it's... You don't make servo skulls out of, like, the petty criminals, right?
No, that's an
No.
honored
honor.
thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
Well, I can always tell them that they served the Emperor well.
Yeah, no.
That
You
is a
don't-
justification many have used before. Don't let me stop you. I'm just letting you know the moral weight of your actions.
Yeah, no.
Quote-unquote moral
Yes,
weight.
yeah. There's big air quotes around that.
My only statement of this is duty does not end even in death.
Mm-hmm.
Very true.
Yep. Okay. So I'm gonna go with that plan. One server skull's gonna get out of the way. The other one's gonna go off and detonate.
All right, I think that definitely warrants a tech roll.
Yep, for sure.
Nice.
6 and a glory.
Nice.
Not bad.
Lots
Yeah.
of glory for stealth.
One of the servo skulls drifts around the side of the rock formation, and then it receives a burst of code that it takes a second to process
Yep.
before the signal from its camera starts to get more and more grainy until suddenly it vanishes in a burst of static, and you can all hear a loud crack in the distance. From your second servo skull, you see the guards around the gate. Half of them break off, heading over to
Yeah.
investigate.
Hey,
course.
that's still better than 6 pairs of eyes.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, you're rolling the stealth for it? Okay, cool.
Servo skulls have set statistics.
That's
Nice.
That's awesome.
Wow, they're fucking crazy
Yeah.
stealthy. What the fuck?
Yeah.
They're very small and very quiet.
Yep.
Yeah, they're pretty much made to be unnoticed.
Unobtrusive, I think, is the best description.
Yeah.
As unobtrusive as a human skull with a ton of anti-gravity shit and other technology just shoved into it can be.
Yes,
Well,
I
in
mean,
the
I feel like
Imperium,
that's
this
the
is
point.
common.
yeah, in the Imperium, this is just a thing that you see all the time. It's like it's like the line of thinking that, like, for all of, no matter how paranoid a person is, everyone talks in front of the servants because nobody notices the servants. They're not people.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of look at it as, at least with the service things, I don't think it's as, like, even if you do see them, I don't think they're fucked up in a way that actually makes them look genuinely scary. I figured they'd be
Yeah.
beautified,
Yeah,
if
in a way.
anything, so they actually look pretty.
Yeah, they can be. They're not like the fucking cherubs that can be around.
Great picture.
Yep. That's from Tumblr.
That's Leonard.
Yes.
That is Leonard, 100%.
That's what I was thinking. Can we actually grab the post in case we ever reference this anywhere?
But yeah, the servo skull darts in through the very tall, wide entrance, and doesn't appear to be noticed as it slips down the dimly lit tunnel.
Fantastic.
As it heads down, the signal gets a little grainy, but you're able to make out a large bulkhead door stretching across the tunnel about 20-30 meters down. There are a couple of smaller doors set into it that you can see a couple of guards stepping through as they come out to investigate. What are you going to do?
Yeah. So, bulkhead door, you said?
Yep.
Shit. Are they, like, is it closing behind them, or are they just sort of leaving it open, or?
One has stepped through, and another is following him through currently.
Yeah, alright. I'm going to have it try and follow them in past the bulkhead.
They're coming out towards you.
Ah, shit. Alright,
Even better.
yeah, if possible, try and fly either around them or above them, whatever is most advantageous, and slip through the bulkhead.
All right. Give me a stealth roll at a total of 7. So add whatever you need for that.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's fair. Alright, so 4 additional dice, because I have a 3 in stealth. Wait.
Wait,
You
what?
got to click off it first.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah, well-
Another fucking glory we could have had.
5.
All right.
It's not a bad roll.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll hold on to it.
Yeah, the servo skull slips through the doorway as the second man steps out and begins closing the door behind him. You ruffle his hair a little as the servo skull passes. But, he just scratches the back of his head and slams the door as the servo skull pops in. The signal immediately degrades by like half its strength, and the feed is very grainy and difficult to make out finer details.
Shit.
But you see a vast chamber. Seems to be like a garage of some sort mixed with a warehouse. There are several large sets of shelving units carrying giant pallets of materials, alongside a variety of workbenches, machining benches, tools. You can see a number of red-robed engine seers and maybe even 1 or 2 tech priests, though it's hard to be sure, milling about the area. But what draws your attention is the massive tank in the middle of the chamber.
Uh-huh.
It is devoid of about half its armor panels. While most of its weapons seem attached, the Vulcan Mega Bolter is currently hanging from a massive winch over the mounting bracket for it.
Okay. Oh, really quick question. If there's Mechanicus here, are there other servo skulls just sort of floating around?
There are a couple.
Interesting. Okay.
Let's know that we just up and found the tank.
Yeah.
And there's like
Yeah.
what, 6 guys here?
There were 6 guards on the outside.
Yeah, there's probably
Yeah.
more, and also
The chamber the servo skull is in is a bustle with people. Dozens of guards, some patrolling, some keeping watch. A good 2 dozen or so engineers and techs working on the tank, welding armor plates, fitting components.
So clearly our next objective. Steal this tank.
I wish. Oh,
Can
man.
we do a what if session at one point and see if we could have?
Ooh, that would actually be fun. Yeah, as like
Real-
a
real-
one shot.
Real talk? Fuck that shit. Let's goddamn do it. What are you talking about? What kind of fucking
No.
pussy shit is this?
No.
Nah, you realize how fucking legendary we'd be?
Oh, we
if
would
you took
be.
this fucking tank?
We would be
No fucking
incredible.
Legendary dead.
Yet
yeah, that too.
Yet nobody would
Well-
stand against us if we pulled this off, but we would also lose like 3/4 of the squad doing this.
Okay, so
Worth
here's my
noting
thing.
that if you were
Assuming-
in the tank, it is a nigh impenetrable mobile bunker. That's its purpose.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is Flux isn't totally gonna not say we should do it. Depending on what scans you get me back at the base, we might steal the tank. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes!
I'm gonna be the voice of reason here and say, "Fuck no."
Oh no, like
As
that-
your commanding officer, I can pull rank, bitch.
it's a good thing that our commanding officer is not there and that I specifically went along to report this location once we like immediately upon finding this thing.
Yeah.
Totally fair. But Flux might still want to try and get it.
Oh no,
Hey.
Nualia has very seriously considered like, what if we take this? Like,
You see, I'm listening to this and I'm like, we all clearly want to steal it.
I do not.
I want to steal it. I just have no faith in our ability to steal it.
I could have partial faith depending on what the visual of this is. I don't have a good mental picture.
Dozens of people in one chamber. There is one entrance, like one main entrance. That's the bulkhead, the giant bulkhead door. There's a half dozen guards on the outside watching the entrance, and then there's, as Hugh said, dozens on the inside.
Okay,
Like,
so we've got the
we
evidence
faced-
that we need.
Yeah, we faced heavier odds. We killed 140 fucking people in our first mission. But they also have like almost all the armaments of that giant death machine just ready to go.
Yeah.
That is why we don't up and kill all of them. We don't fight into the tank. We sneak into the tank.
Well, that's
And then we
Exactly.
fight
Yeah,
outwards.
I don't think we're going to get enough people to pilot the things to sneak in there successfully.
All of us together. I feel like we
It
could.
only requires one driver.
Yeah.
I could do it.
It only requires
Exactly.
Packard and I
so it
We'll
only
go get the tank.
it only requires one driver, but you need somebody to open the door. You need somebody to watch their back so that people don't just clamber onto the tank, open the hatch, and shoot you. Like,
Well, then that's what I'd figure is.
Anyway.
I think we have more than enough people to pull this off.
So we have
I
the
do
evidence that we
agree.
need.
this is besides the point. We got 15
We
minutes.
have the evidence. Yes, we have
Yeah.
the evidence that we need. Hugh, can I try and pull the service call back?
The door is currently closed. There doesn't
Yeah.
appear to be a way out.
All right. Shit.
Just gotta wait for timing, pretty much.
Yeah.
But
Jeopardy
Nualia
music.
will come up, be like, "Do we have confirmation?"
Yeah. It's in there.
All right. Am I able to like? Actually, I'll just ask this: are you able to get me a picture of that tank, and
and I will send it along.
Sure. I mean, the quality is degraded, but bulkhead doors. Who
No,
knew?
of course.
And then yeah, I'm gonna. I don't know how we go about sending this, but I will, if possible, send Nualia the footage.
I assume I'm
Yeah,
just.
the
I'm gonna
surveillance
just
system is
link a bunch
designed
of
to
stuff up.
collect imagery.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming I'm pretty much just going to be like linking the inquisitorial uplink to the device and then like plugging in my Vox feed.
Yeah. Alright
So,
then. Yep, you're able to connect pretty easily. Get the image.
Then yeah, I connect my Vox feed, connect the inquisitorial device to get the image onto whatever I need to send it to the ship, and I make the call.
Alright. There is a brief pause before you hear. Report.
Sister Nualia of the 999th, on mission to find possible super heavy tank behind enemy lines by Saint's Watch. We've confirmed location of the tank, sending image of the tank itself. Quality is low. It is inside a bunker behind a bulkhead door, but it is enough to confirm its presence.
Report received. Await 4 hours for general broadcast.
Understood. Yeah.
What they say?
After disconnecting, all right, we wait to get your servo skull back and report back. If it takes more than 2 hours, I'm afraid you're going to have to lose a second servo skull. We have to get back to the base within 4 hours for general broadcast.
All right. That's fine. I'll do my best and try and get the skull back.
We'll give it an hour and a half to find an opening to leave.
Alright, do you go looking for a way out?
I think.
I'd say like within like personally as Nualia, I think Nualia would be like wait an hour, and if like nobody tries to come in the front door,
Yeah.
like patrols don't change or anything like that, then start looking for a way out and basically like give you the 30-minute timer.
Yeah. That sounds good. I mean, I figured absolute failsafe. I was gonna have this skull mix in with the skulls that are there, and
Yeah.
just end up leaving it. Not ideal, but it's. I don't know if they're really gonna notice. Hey, they have an extra servo skull.
Yeah.
After about 10 or so minutes, the door to the main tunnel swings open and a couple of guards enter, and you hear one of them shout out, "Oi, cogheads! Any of your servo skulls outside?"
Shit. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have it. Oh fuck! Nope, there's no good solution here.
Just try and pull another stealth, get it out of there.
Yeah.
We've
See a
have
couple of doors in the back walls as well.
Okay. Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
try for the back walls. Try and
Okay.
blend in with the local shadows and try and
See.
get out.
You just remember, we've got 3 glory that's going to be lost soon, so we could spend
Yeah,
that
that's a
on
good
just
point.
trying to get out quick.
All right. Oof.
Ugh.
Yeah. I have one more wrath actually. So
Alright.
let's do that real quick. That didn't help.
Help by 1
So
point. Are you? Is this trying to get to? Is this trying to get to the back wall or out the front, real quick?
I'm. Oh shit.
Because that because I apologize. I wasn't clear on which one exactly you were doing. I would say if you're trying to go for the front, take all the glory. If you're trying to go for the back, that's going to be less obvious, and you're probably
Yeah.
not going to need as much.
No, I'm thinking just try and bolt out the front door, but
Oh, then
You know.
take all the glory. One more success.
so 5 successes and a complication.
Uh,
Alright. You bring the servo skull down as these guards enter. And you wait for your moment. You try and swoop the servo skull in behind what you think is the last man. And slams straight into the face of the man behind him. Servo skull bounces off his face and he stumbles backwards. Oh, what the fuck? The other guards turn as your servo skull begins to drift out of the corridor. Stop that fucking skull! And yeah, they
You
go
know
dash
now,
out
they
and open
did.
fire on the servo skull.
Oh yeah. Okay. I am going to have it swing back in their faces and then detonate.
Alright, then give me a tech roll.
Yup. Sure. Assuming it'll actually let me click. Come on.
God damn it.
How is that
Absolutely.
even possible?
Holy shit!
You rolled all the good points.
5
So-
sixes, a success, and a 1.
So congratulations to Riven and this servo skull. You have successfully created a nuclear blast. Unfortunately, you are killed.
Yeah, Riven, go ahead and roll me 5d6.
Sure.
Oh god, he's making it like a crack grenade.
Alright. So yeah, the servo skull flies towards them, and the view begins to crackle and hiss, and then disappears in static. You hear another crack in the distance.
I'm assuming that means it's time to go.
Yeah. No, we need to leave.
Okay, Packard, come on.
He slides down the embankment and runs over, throwing himself in the back.
Actually, no,
Uh,
I'm taking the back seat. I've got the heavy bolter, or not heavy bolter, heavy stubber that I have,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty much just like resting it on the back. Anybody tries to fucking follow us, they're getting a hail full of lead.
Alright then.
Yep. I'm dropping us the hell out of here.
Yeah. I assume you don't let up the pace until you're back at camp.
Absolutely not.
Swing wide around the camp. Don't go straight for it.
Sure. Yeah. No. I'm going to swing right around the camp, and I'm going fast.
Yeah. Alright, that'll take about 2.5 hours or so.
Cool.
On the way up, Nualia is going to broadcast to our Vox. It's going to say, location confirmed. Wait for broadcast. 2.5 hours. On the way back.
I was trying to like turn the flux one of yours. Just like, wait, does that mean they actually found the tank? Ooh, I went French there.
I didn't want to say anything.
I don't know why.
Because it was funny.
It seems so.
So, are we gonna take that tank?
I don't know.
I don't like to impose much. I'm a killer, not a tactician, but I think it'd be very nice to take that for ourselves.
On the one hand, I very much want another tank. On the other hand, I very much want a squad that's not dead.
I think we've dealt with greater odds than this.
If
Okay, so Hugh, just
it's already been reported to command, I can't imagine that it won't be bombed out of existence before we can do anything about it.
I pray they ask for requisition then. Letting something like that go to waste? That'd be... if I were a minister, I'd say it's downright heresy. But alas...
I think you'd make a damn good minister. Have you thought about it?
He shrugs. Eh. Well, I would agree I'd be better than most of the fervent freaks that like to hang around. It's usually not a good idea to have someone who doesn't necessarily believe in the godly aspects they like to speak of.
Fair enough.
He shrugs. I presume that doesn't offend you.
I presume that the Imperial Guard knows.
They have a general understanding that my people were in very direct contact with the Emperor, and that some of those people who knew him are still alive. And we're not as happy to say he's a god like others. We believe that degrades his memory at the end of the day.
And I feel like that kind of judgment is not my problem.
Yeah,
And
sure.
Fox is just gonna kind of walk away like, we didn't have this conversation. This didn't happen.
Shrugs.
All right, and we will leave it there as the jeep pulls in.
Very nice.
Oh, we don't get to hear the broadcast.
Not yet.
Cry.
Do we get XP for completing that particular objective?
I would say you can all get 2 XP for confirming the existence of the Stormlord.
Yes, rank fucking 3.
Yeah.
Do we rank up, was the question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ranking up isn't tiering up. Different things.
Yeah, but you said we
What?
don't necessarily have to rank up when we get the XP to rank up because of the whole you keep the rank every time thing.
What XP are we at?
I mean, there's no reason. We're at 180 at this point, but there's no
What
downside.
the fuck?
There's no downside to ranking up. It's not like tiering up where you have to spend a bunch of XP to do stuff.
Yeah, I think the question is power levels in terms of DM allowances. Like ranking up
yeah.
is something that like they give the DM to control to some degree.
Dude, is that true? Yeah, because that. Yeah, I assume Hugh that gives you a little bit more powerful things to send at us, right?
In what way?
Ranking up, going to rank 3.
Not exactly. That only really changes when you tier up.
Oh, okay.
The tier is basically the world level, to use modern MMORPG language.
that helps. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So what do we have to do to rank up then?
You're just
Nothing. You hit 180 XP and then you go to rank 3.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
And now you are at rank 3 forever.
Yeah. And now I bank my XP until I get like 30, and then I get Storm of Death, and I become an unstoppable monster.
Oh man,
The
this
minute I get near anyone.
this means we get so we got plus rank to our piloting skills for being part of the Tauros Igni, so now we all
Oh yeah.
have like +3 to pilot.
Yep.
And now I have +6 to Medicae because I get plus double rank to Medicae for specifically people with the Imperium keyword. It's
Alright.
I think it's assuming humans, but or like baseline humans, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's also
anyone
leeway
who
in
has
that.
the Imperial keyword will apply. So abhumans are included in that.
Yeah, that's fair. But I assume as well that sometimes rebels don't necessarily have the Imperium keyword because they're not part of the Imperium at that point.
Yeah, I think that's an oversight on Wrath and Glory's part more than anything.
Yeah. Because they're trying to put it as, like, a national faction, and it's just like, should just say
Yeah,
human.
Imperium and Heretic are a bit of vague categories.
Yeah, I think the more precise category would be, like, Imperium versus Chaos. Having the Chaos category very much implies that you are no longer human.
Yeah, and that is a thing, but
Yeah.
Heretics are a thing.
Yeah.
But just to give you guys a bit of a lowdown on what a Stormlord really is, there's a image in general chat for Wrath and Glory on the Discord that shows the cutaway interior of a Baneblade.
Holy shit, that's fucking huge!
Yeah. But that's a point worth remembering. You see where the at the top, just under the turret, there's like an armored cowl with little arches.
Yeah.
That is a large section that, in models like the Stormlord that removed the turret, acts as an enclosed bridge for the control of the vehicle. So the sponson weapons are controlled remotely from a series of firing computers. The driving is handled remotely from a driving station. The hull gun is operated remotely. The commander sits at the back and has like in some of the more rare models, even has like a holographic tactical display. It's cool shit.
Nice.
What I'm getting
But
at
yeah, the whole crew is clustered into a big group in the most armored part of the tank.
So we need to steal it.
what I'm getting out of this is that we only need to really get maybe 1 or 2 people on the inside of it.
Here's the thing: if we were to steal it, we probably should steal it closer to it finishing its construction. That way, it's got its armor plates and it's protected.
Yeah, it'd be
And
like
then,
a heist.
yeah, and then once we have it, we fucking take that thing. Depending on how much time is left, we either break a hole through enemy lines and get back to safe to friendly territory, or we go fuck up a base.
I mean, we've already fucked up too.
Yeah.
So that's the thing about this, is if we get this and we do that, not only does the devastation occur, can you imagine the sheer fucking-
Right.
the not just the bragging, this whole thing is nothing but bragging rights right here.
Yeah.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. But imagine the detriment to the morale these people would feel.
Oh, yeah.
They had this is like their trump card, their thing that they found and they're fixing. And then just a couple of fucking idiots roll up, get in it, and now it's destroying their place. Like, what the fuck?
We
Are you
leave.
joking?
We do
I'm
the.
curious about what's going to actually happen to it now that we've reported it.
Yeah. I as well though, like, if we get everything we want out of this, we have to leave one person alive and specifically be like, tell them that the Taurus Igni did this. And be like, remember our signal.
I think what we do instead, what I wish we could do instead, because this would just be really weird, is we had like a shell that we could shoot up in the air that basically makes a gas like a picture of our fucking
Oh, yeah.
symbol.
That would
In the
still,
air.
I think that would still, like, you would need survivors for that. But I very much think, like, you leave one person to basically tell the story, and then from then on, we start setting up amongst the enemy just this fear of us. Every time we face the enemy, we get bonuses to intimidation because it's us.
All I'm saying is, if Hugh gives us the option, I'm not saying I'm not gonna try and get the tank.
I get it. I
I've
get it.
prepared several contingencies depending on what you choose to do here. One of them includes trying to steal the tank.
Yep.
You guys, he prepared it. That means that there's a way to do it.
Yeah. No, I get that.
There is a method to do it that will not result in our deaths.
We have got to
Yep, but I
aim
can't
for
tell
the
you.
greatest glory. There is no higher honor.
I'm really sorry, but I think we gotta steal this tank now.
I mean,
I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry we're stealing this tank now.
I,
I think either way, definitely, like, we need to, a message needs to get to Noalia so she can, report and just, like, say to the Inquisitorial people, we're going to try to steal the tank.
Alternatively, Flux just sees Nualia checking in, rolls up, don't worry, we got this, line dead. That would not go well.
No, it would not.
Do it.
Yeah. That would very much be a thing that, like, later on she's gonna have to drag you in front of the Inquisitor and be like, this is the one.
Well, you'll find out next time.
Yeah.
We gotta steal that tank. We just have to.
Absolutely. There's no.
I am gonna see. Let's see.
We go in, we get the tank, and we punch through enemy lines and we drive back to base.
Oh no, if we take this tank soon, we have to go fuck up an enemy base. Not Campisium, that's way too heavily defended. But, like, we have to go and fuck up, like, T3 and maybe T1.
So
How many hours do we have left on our mission, Hugh?
you currently have 58 and a half hours, I believe. No, 58 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. If we can successfully take this thing, we have to go and fuck up at least T1. Because because of all those tanks and airplanes they have sitting at that base, yeah, we have to fuck all of that up. But yeah. Anyway, I am going to see about sending this on a raid. We are going to go and raid Gaming Archaeologist because he is, as part of his 200 follower celebration, has been streaming the entire Legend of Zelda series. Obviously not all at once, but, you know, he's working on it, and currently he's up to A Link to the Past. So,
if he was somehow playing them all together, I would just ask, how many arms does this man have?
I meant more like not all in one go, just because there are dozens of hours in the entire series. So yeah, you're not getting through all of that in one go. That's just not happening.
I don't know. I like my version of the story better.
On Wednesday, we're doing games.
Let's see.
I don't know what Tuesday looks like, Canada.
Hold on. Yeah, my Tuesday, I am continuing with... Why did the raid not start? Something went wrong.
Well, it worked on my end.
It worked on your end? Okay, it keeps saying something went wrong. Okay, I'm gonna just refresh this screen. But, anyway. Yeah, there it is. Okay, now it's going. On Tuesday is Factorio with Sarah Britt, me and Sarah Britt. Let's see. Wednesday is more Evil Within, more torturing Alex with terrible fucking games. Let's see. Thursday is still more Dawn of Worlds. We've got 2 more sessions before we actually start our actual D&D campaign. On the 25th, we will be hosting our Session 0 on stream, where I will discuss what players can expect from me and everything else. And the raid already went. Okay.